Late, but not that late. What's up, everybody? Howdy. Yeah, we actually have a guest for the stream. Pigeon is right here on my desk. Right before we started, she jumped up. Hey, Pigeon, what's up? Off she goes. How hi. Hey, hey. Guest gone. Guest fled. How's Daniil doing? Guys, it's all bad news. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I'm more sorry than you are. Yeah, it turns out Daniil has, I don't know, cursed by God disease, but the specific medical term, I think, is stage 4 kidney failure. Yeah, you know, not to detail you with the specifics or ups or downs or anything, but yeah, seems like it's a genetic thing, wasn't caused by anything in particular, just bad luck. Yeah. So we have no idea how long he actually has, but in the meantime, obviously we'll keep him as comfortable as possible. Now, thankfully, kidney failure, at least not all the time, and not in its current form, doesn't actually cause pain. So he gets to be sort of happy and stupid for whatever time he has, which could be literally anything from a few weeks to a year. There's not much else to do. We will have him see a specialist, just to get sort of a final assessment. And we have had, other people look at him, but yeah. Cat kidney transplants. I don't want to delight and entertain anyone with the potential hypothetical treatments. Um, the cat kidney transplant market being sparse enough as it is, leaving aside the fact that there are a host of issues with him. We knew he'd be disabled, of course, because of his little um, fever cat brain cooking when he was young. Though we didn't understand the full extent of it, obviously we're giving him the best medical care possible. So it was bad breeder. No, we when we got Danil, we knew Danil would be some degree of sickly. Um, just we didn't know how much. Yeah, yeah. The antibiotics are helping clear up an adjacent infection. And he, at the moment he is a happy and dumb baby. To be clear, I was laying down yesterday and doing what I always do while I lay down, which is watching Elden Ring challenge videos. Um, and he hopped up onto my chest and loafed there for like an hour. I wanted to turn onto my side because laying just straight on your back for an hour is pretty uncomfortable. So I just turned on my side and he just sat right next to me and continued just chilling there. So he's happy. He's a happy little cat. Um, do you think his lifespan's cut short of this? Oh yeah, he's not going to live to be old, or even medium. I'm sorry that guy, Tim. How old does a cat get? Well, a cat can live up to like 20 years. That's on the older end of things. He's 7 months old. It's obviously very sad, but it's just a luck of the roll kind of thing. We got him knowing that he would be sickly from the fever that he had. So everything that he's experiencing right now is kind of a genetic inevitability. Um, I guess it's just lucky that we have the resources to take decent care of him. I'll give him my kidneys. I'll let the veterinarians know that there are people in my community willing to gift their kidneys. He'll just be a round ball because there will just be one human kidney. Yeah, Mr. Goulion. Did his parents have the kidney stuff? No, no. It's It's not. No, the line he came from is perfectly healthy. Place the cat inside the kidney. Yeah, like a little womb. People are getting confused by the use of your word genetics. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Only to say that the condition he has right now is not a product of anything specific that has happened to him. Um, you know. Well. Anyway, obviously it's not very positive. But there are still other things happening, politics things that we might talk about on a politics stream, if you could imagine such a thing. A politic? Yeah. Yeah. Show us Daniil first. Well, I saw Daniil right before stream started. He's on a bed in a ray of sun right now. He's perfectly happy. Come grab him. He's licking. No, no, I don't want to bother him. He was quite skinny because of the variety of health conditions, but we fattened him up yesterday. Basically, what happened was, he's got a bunch of special food, of course, for the kidney thing, and and he was given a bowl of it, which he immediately devoured. And then Vermin gave him some medicine, some antibiotics, which he took and hated the taste of. He was obviously unhappy. Like he took because to give cats medicine, you basically just like, I mean, you can like coat it in food, but you basically just like press a pill against their like face until they eat it. It's just, yeah. You basically just shove it down their throat. And he was unhappy because it clearly tasted bad, so we got him more food, and then he devoured that. And then he was a blimp. He was just a big fat blimp baby. But he needs to eat, so that's good. Having an appetite is good. Yes, he was very round. And then that's when he laid with me for an hour. How many politics are we talking today? Well, we also have to wrap up Okay Buddy Vosh. Yeah, maybe Flavier. This is all very, very new. We'll get the appropriate accommodations. Midwestern Marks debate win. They just have to DM me. The Eddie Liger person on TikTok seems interested in debate. So we'll see if that actually pans out. People talk a big game. We'll see if it actually happens. Um, he was interested in debate a year ago. I don't remember that. He told you to email him? What? What? I have open DMs on Twitter. What the fuck do you mean from the Twitter thread? Did I say, "Hey, DM me," and he was like, "Email me"? Why? I don't see it. Maybe that was like an earlier thing. Well, he can DM me whatever he wants. Is this person like 12? Response to Vosh, you should have used a more accurate picture of me. I'd love to debate you. No one's scared of your slimy debate tactics anymore. Prepared to be flattened by the mystery machine. Does this person have like a Scooby Doo meme thing? I don't understand. There's a TikToker who's called like Edward Liger or something. Is that the same I don't even know. Oh well, hold on. Yeah. While your hands are full too. Yeah, of course he loves being a parrot. What's up? How's your cooked brain and cooked kidney doing? Wow. Ooh, active. Hello. Ooh, so active. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, it's good that he has the energy to run. I think he wants water. Yeah, being alert and active is always a good thing. He made a whole TikTok to go along with the video. What? Okay, I was not aware that this person had a Shaggy thing. Does he? He doesn't even look like Shaggy.
Made another video about me. It was a pretty typical Voosh video, not much in terms of substantive information and a lot of insults.
Substantive?
Typical Voosh video, not much in terms of substantive information.
Substantive? Ameliorate.
And a lot of insults. He called me a crazy tanky, said I'm scared to debate him, and then said I look like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, which...
Did I say that? I might have. Maybe he looked more like in the video I was looking at. Ryan said you called him Shaggy in the video. Okay, I don't remember things about this guy. Okay, yeah. Maybe he did like in the video. I don't think he does here. Did he have facial hair in the video?
But you should have used a more accurate picture, my guy. Either way, I'm not scared of your slimy debate tactics anymore. Hit me up and we can definitely...
Wait, this is the same as the tweet.
Set up a time to debate. MidwesternMarks@gmail.com. Prepare to get flattened by the mystery machine. Like Zoink Scoob, this guy is a neoliberal.
Okay, right off the bat, I don't know what he's trying to do. But him playing that hard into the Shaggy thing because I offhandedly made a comment that he looked like Shaggy comes across as really cucked. It makes me feel like I could have said anything and he would have shown up in cosplay to like play into it. You know what I mean? Like hanging on every word of mine to try to, yeah. No, I'm not saying it's not funny. It's just for somebody who postures so aggressively, it comes off as kind of like deferential. You know what I mean? Like, yes, sir, Vosh, sir. I'll take my cues from you, sir. If you lived in the Midwest, you'd feel cucked too. Well, yeah, the Midwest has been pretty raked over by economic policy. Fully embracing an insult as a coping mechanism for some really insecure people. I don't even think I would be trying to insult him with the Shaggy thing. I don't remember what he looked like in the video. Daniil desperately wanted to get back in the sun. Wow, aw, Daniil. He loves the sun. He was a boxer, so his brain is smushed. Did he used to box? You meatball Ron him? Yeah, I guess it'd be like Ron DeSantis showing up to a press conference with like a big meatball, like from Aqua Teen Hunger Force cosplay, to play into it. Because he's like, haha, look everyone, I'm totally unfazed by that comment. But it just makes him look like he thought about it a lot and paid a lot of attention to it. That'd be funny. Oh, it would be funny. Not taking that away. So are you debating him? Yeah, if he DMs me. Fuck, why is there so much fucking politics, man?
Hi, friends. This is...
What is this? I quit teaching. Out of control students get 0 consequences with PBIS, restorative circles, and BIST. I don't know what those acronyms are. What is this? Somebody in chat said this is like a teacher who's mad they can't corporal punishment people anymore. What are we mad about?
Trish, and welcome to Teacher Therapy. Today we're going to be talking about a much requested topic, and that is the topic of why modern school discipline programs like PBIS and BIST.
Okay, I see another video from this person up here. Why quit teaching? Violent kids, corrupt unions, catty coworkers, grade inflation, and too much work. I gotta say, the fact that meager compensation isn't one of the things listed here is very strange to me. Like, if I was, it's like something that makes me not trust you right off the bat. You know what I mean? Like, what are your issues here? And like, one of them isn't that, because that's like the main thing. PBIS equals positive behavioral intentions and supports. BIST is behavior intervention support team. God, I hate bureaucratic acronyms. That sounds so stupid. To be fair, teachers' unions are often pretty bad. It really depends. I've heard stories of some teachers' unions that actually do a decent job of providing a collective front. And I've heard some teachers' unions are like pretty terrible. But okay, what's the video? What's the video? We'll see.
And so many others just do not work. I think that we can all agree that the quality of parenting has changed. Therefore, I hate to say the quality of kids, but the moral development of kids that are coming into our classrooms are at a totally different place.
Everybody says this. All adults say this. Like, the modern generation of kids are so much worse than the previous generation. It's always said.
Some other time, far, far away, it was kind of understood that, you don't cuss the teacher out, you don't throw a desk across the room, you don't wear clothes that resemble a bathing suit, you don't yell and scream and try to intimidate people. Like, all of these things, it used to be kind of understood by the time you got to school that you just don't behave that way.
No. So one of the problems here is that when we talk about the good old days, a lot of people imagine the 1950s and 60s as like a collection of propaganda bulletins and like school resource videos, you know? So when they think of school in the 1950s, they think of a bunch of white suburban kids who are like perfectly dressed, perfectly behaved, and they all, if you don't think high schoolers back in the 50s were like starting fights, doing drugs, and like fucking people or what, like, it's, yeah, there's so much data that you can pull from here, but the idea that people have been getting more unruly is, I don't think that's true. There might be some variability, like generation to generation, depending on the ways in which they act out, but literally everyone says this. Like, the modern generation is so senseless, they're so aggressive, like, yeah.
It was almost unthinkable in certain eras. And even in 2023, if you were to go to other countries, other cultures, maybe even different sub-regions of countries, you will find that some way, somehow, they've retained a lot of those values. But there are other pockets and other regions that kind of look like a zoo. I don't know how to say what it looks like. It just looks like chaos and complete
I wonder which region she's referring to.
mayhem. And strangely enough, those out of control schools are the very ones that gravitate toward these kind of new age discipline philosophies. Now, before I get further into the video, I kind of want to talk more about them specifically, like PBIS and BIST. BIST is another one that was actually really popular in my region, but I haven't seen it as popular nationally. But I want to talk about them more in case a few of you have no idea what I'm talking about. And I'm going to overgeneralize.
So she's dog whistling racism, huh? Well, I don't want to jump to it right away, but like, whenever people talk about this or whatever, like, oh, kids these days, they're so blah, blah, blah. Like, what is basically being said, maybe not necessarily by her, but in aggregate, broadly, it's like a discourse on race. The argument is like, oh, we can't keep pumping money into these inner city schools because all these crazy inner city kids just want to do drugs and have sex unprotected and fight with school resource officers, and they don't care, they don't even show up, and blah, 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 blah. And like, the truth is the same, like, literally everywhere, okay? In neighborhoods that are poor, that have high gang activity, where the kids don't have much hope for the future, you're going to see a lot of like disproportionately bad behavior in those schools. And obviously, it is the schools where they have the most bad behavior that you would see the most like approaches to fixing that behavior taken, right? But this attitude it's never really got us anywhere, you know? The problem is a broader socioeconomic one. Kids aren't going to magically do well in school when they feel they have like no hope for the future. Just because you've like changed up your school resource officer training fact sheet. It doesn't work that way.
Generalize here. So if you have a school that is using PBIS and it works amazing, please let me know in the comments. But basically, in general, a lot of these programs have completely gotten rid of like any negative consequences. So just for fun, I did a little poll yesterday.
What does that mean? I might be out of date here, but when I was growing up, that was around the time that the zero tolerance policy attitude towards misbehavior in school became more common. And as I understand it, schools are less tolerant than ever before. Like, I've heard so many stories of people getting suspended or even expelled for drawings for like a single fight, even like fifth graders or something. Like two fifth graders will punch each other and it'll be like, oh, sorry, you're out. Like, what? They're like 10. What do you mean? Um, have they laxened up in the past decade? I mean, I graduated in 2011, so it's been some time, but I just remember there was an era of like incredible strictness. Much more lax. It has changed? Maybe.
About whether or not people think corporal punishment should be brought back. And unfortunately, it was one of those timed surveys.
There is no evidence that corporal punishment improves literally anything under anybody who's like wistfully, especially a former teacher who's like wistfully fantasizing about beating the shit out of the kids who are disrespecting them. That's you trying to fix your problems. That has nothing to do with the well-being of the kids. Every study we have is that corporal punishment makes things worse. Like, there's literally no reason.
Didn't know how to take that option off, so it disappeared after 19 hours. But people actually voted more highly in favor of bringing back corporal punishment, but it wasn't as big of a gap as I thought. I want to say maybe around 55% of people voted yes, and the rest voted no. But these days, corporal punishment is not just considered like paddling a kid, although that is legal in 19 states. Writing lines can be considered corporal punishment. Walking laps and doing exercises can be considered corporal punishment.
I have never heard anyone say that writing lines is corporal punishment. Maybe some school districts interpret it that way. I've never heard that. By the way, I don't think that writing lines is necessarily like an effective way of disciplining kids for any reason. I don't know if it is. It seems like it probably wouldn't be because it's nonsense, but it's like punishment-based stuff. Punishment very rarely works, you know, to change people's behavior. It doesn't. Walking laps. I mean, if you're at like gym class and you misbehave and the gym teacher's like, hey, go walk laps, I guess that's fine, right? Like, you know, like, go for it. I remember one time I was in middle school and I got in a fight with a kid. I was like sixth grade or something. And I pushed him and he fell on concrete. He was totally unhurt, but like I pushed him on concrete, which is worse than pushing people on grass. And the coach, the gym teacher, he came up and he was like, all right, you know you're screwed, right? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, all right, I can go report this, or you can run laps until I tell you not to. I'm like, I guess I'll run laps, sir. He was like, yep, go ahead. And I and I ran laps. That guy later ended up being the superintendent of the entire school district, Mr. Kessler, who may or may not still be. I don't know if he might be too old to be doing the job anymore. I mean, for all I know at this point, he's passed. I don't know if he is. He's still there? Oh. Yeah. Super. Oh, he retired. Yeah. My man. Thanks for not reporting me. He's kept that mustache his entire goddamn life. He's probably born with it.
Just basically anything that would bring about any.
Vosh, you don't know how bad some kids can get, man. No, I know kids are terrible. Okay, I know that. I have to deal with you people. That doesn't mean that we should just like emotionally, like we shouldn't just like go, oh well, this is frustrating, and then just jump into like ineffective teaching methods. You know, if you're a teacher, you have a responsibility. You're literally like an agent of the state whose job it is to educate the population. The kid's frustrating you. Like, this isn't like an emotional thing. This would be like telling somebody who works at the DMV, like, oh, customers being frustrating? Yeah, just hit them. Like, what? It's like, oh, yeah, you have no idea how DMV customers get, man. No, I do. I've been to the DMV. But that doesn't, that doesn't fix it. What do you mean? Cathartic as it may seem in your fantasies, this is not an effective solution to the line.
Kind of physical discomfort could be considered corporal punishment. But anyhow, in all.
What are you doing to kids to make them physically yeah, I would consider that corporal punishment, depending on how it's done.
All of these new systems, all of that stuff is completely gone. They call that punitive, and they say it's bad, bad, bad. In many instances.
Yes. All of the data we have, as far as I'm aware, suggests that punitive approaches towards behavioral correction don't work.
Office referrals are completely off the table unless the kid is doing something so serious the cops should get called. And even things like taking away recess and a lot of these
Am I totally off on this? But like right now, aren't we seeing more and more instances of cops getting over involved in school discipline stuff, especially in the inner city schools that she kind of like gestured at before, where like two kids in high school get in a fight, and rather than them being broken up by a teacher and sent to the principal's office, the cops will fucking arrest them, which is insane. But it's like more and more, I just hear about that more and more with like more and more school resource offices, you know? Yeah. The juvie pipeline. Yeah, it's like really direct.
programs is a complete no-no. Now here's where it gets kind of weird. They say that they're rewards based in many ways, more so PBIS than BIS, but the way it really works out is it's not always the best behaved kids that are getting the most rewards like you would think. Oftentimes the worst behaved kids are the ones that are getting all of the rewards because that's a teacher's only recourse, so they're trying.
Yeah. If the point of a reward-based system is to address the behavior of students who aren't doing well, obviously the ones who have more disciplinary issues would flag the system more often. So this is what I mean by people having a punitive mind and it fucking with their ability to fix problems. In her head, she's like, why are the bad kids getting rewards? Because she's disconnected from the actual empirics of the situation. In reality, it doesn't matter how good or bad any kid is or how receptive they are to whatever, you take the approach that best manages the behavioral problems. That's it, At least, yeah, you're not here to punish evildoers. You're here to make sure kids get a good education.
Trying everything that they can do to try to motivate the worst behaved kids by saying, I'll give you 25 scholar dollars, I'll give you a bag of candy, I'll give you, a 15-minute sit in the teacher's desk pass, just whatever we can think of.
Okay, so we're talking about like 2-year-olds. We're not talking about high schoolers, right? I don't think high schoolers are being baited with 15 minutes in the teacher chair as a okay, so we're talking about zygotes just sort of rolling wetly around the schoolyard. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Right. Man, if you have a kid who's doing like badly in class and has behavioral problems, there's probably a reason for that. A lot of kids who are bullies or have behavioral problems are being like abused at home or whatever, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. So if you have this kid who's kind of being like a dick and you're like, hey, listen, okay, I wish you behaved differently. And look, let's meet this halfway, okay? If you can go like one class without disrupting, then I'll give you a candy. And then you look at that from afar and it's like, why are the worst kids getting candies? But when you like actually look and think for a second, it's like, oh, okay, well, we're taking an approach that maybe like can motivate those kids who need it the most. All right. Like, yeah.
Honestly,
sorry, I'm coming off like really negative to this person, but I feel like I'm seeing a bunch of like warning flags. Like I'm looking at a distant hill and there are red flags popping up all over this I've only seen 3 minutes of her talking, but yeah.
Motivate the most challenging students because we know we can't just say, fine, you're sitting out of recess, or fine, that's detention for you. That's not there anymore. So what actually effectively ends up happening in a lot of these scenarios is the best behaved kids that are like always quiet and never causing a problem. Many times those kids get passed over and all of the attention still goes to the most misbehaved kids.
Yeah. Of course, more attention would go to the worst behaving kids. That's the point. That's the point. What would you need to give attention to the kids who are doing well and being well behaved? They're already doing the thing. Okay.
So in weird ways, it's almost like their negative behavior is reinforced. And in even
no, because they only get the positive attention when they don't engage in the negative behavior. The attention they're getting is contingent upon them not doing the negative thing. They're not getting rewarded for doing the bad thing. They're getting rewarded for changing, or at least temporarily changing. It's not always a perfect fix. There is no perfect fix.
Even worse scenarios, believe this or not, many teachers will believe it. The worst behaved kids, if you do dare send them to the office, they will actually come back with snacks. They had iPad time. They got to spend one-on-one time.
Matt, we really are talking about like 5-year-olds, aren't we? iPad time? We're literally talking about like second graders here. Was she seriously considering corporal punishment for these kids? I think corporal punishment is terrible against high schoolers, but are we seriously talking about spanking like 5-year-olds here? Is that really what she was bringing up? That's fucking weird, dude. That's psycho. So many adults or parents, teachers, whatever. Typically parents and teachers are adults. Just think of children as like property, or like lesser in like a moral sense. Obviously they're stupider, but like lesser things, like little slaves that they can mistreat to fix their own behavioral problems. Really fucking weird. Yeah, they don't think of them as human.
With the principal, building a relationship, and oftentimes talking about how horrible the teacher is. And again, we're
Oh, she's so projecting. Dude, you send these misbehaving kids the principal and they come back and then it turns out the principal was talking shit about you behind your back? That's a you problem, my dude. I really don't think that the average principal is selling out good teachers to these like 5-year-olds. Yeah, okay, right.
weirdly enough, a lot of these systems aren't even being used the way they're supposed to be. They're just kind of getting used in crisis mode and bribe the kid mode.
I do agree, by the way. I know how bad the American schooling system is. I'm defending the concept of positive punishment, or sorry, like positive, like, you know, like trying to bait them into not being little shits. I'm sure many schools like horribly misuse these concepts. I'm not denying that, but she seems to be in favor of the worst, like the worst ideas, you know?
And even more so, the worst behaved students actually get rewarded. So even if you totally 100 million% disagree with corporal punishment, I want you to imagine how different classrooms would be if we brought it back tomorrow.
Yep. Okay. And now we're gonna we're gonna enter her fantasy where she gets to beat these unruly 5-year-olds, and then they all respect her. And that's where now we get, because she thinks about this a lot, and now we get to enter her world. Okay. It's like Persona, okay? This is her mental palace, all right? We're entering it. And it's honestly not that dissimilar to the first one in Persona 5.
And even if you took paddling off the table, let's say you mouth off to the teacher.
Even if we took paddling off the table. So yeah, even if, okay, fine, we'll be reasonable. Leaving aside taking a, you know, like a wooden paddle and beating these small children, you know, okay, we'll leave that aside, fine.
And you've got to do 20 push-ups. Or you say, I'm not ever.
I don't think 5-year-olds can do push-ups. I've never heard of forcing children to do push-ups unless it's in gym class and it's part of the gym thing. I don't think little kids can do push-ups. Like maybe they can kind of like wobble out a fake push-up. Okay, that seems kind of weird.
Ever doing this assignment again, and you have to write lines over it. Or somebody came up with an amazing example in the comments of the survey yesterday. They said, why not bring back community service? Oh, you want to act up in the classroom? You get to scrub toilets with Dawn dish soap, of course. You know, we don't want any bad chemicals, but you get to scrub toilets and help beautify your school.
Okay. I'm gonna play fair with one thing here specifically, not with her. I don't want to be fair with her. I will say, however, that I genuinely do like the idea of a kind of broader community service attitude that all students take towards their schools. I know that Japanese schools are more like this, where they do like class presidents and they'll like rotate whose job it is to take out the garbage or clean the chalkboard or whatever. And there's a lot wrong with Japanese schools, but the school is a community space where children spend a significant portion of many years of their life. And I think the idea of like more camaraderie around cleaning the school, you know, like, oh, like maybe not cleaning the toilets. I don't think you should be having 5-year-olds cleaning toilets. I don't think they should do that. However, if there was like, I don't know, some kind of like rotating janitorial or like class cleanup duty, and if you were disruptive in the class, you're like, okay, Jason, all right, Jason, okay, come on, we're gonna do it together, all right? And then they're like, you know, I don't know. Maybe that could be because it's a little bit more constructive, I think. But even then, no guarantee. What age is she talking about? Well, based on the way she's talking about stuff like, as a reward, these kids get to sit in the teacher's chair for 15 minutes. Now, that has never happened in my time at school. I don't know what age range that's meant to be, but I know that by the time a student is like 10 years old, that's not cool. Probably earlier than 10 years old. Because, like, 10 is like, what, 6th, 5th grade or something? And I think by then, if somebody was like, yeah, here, you get to sit in the teacher's chair, I would have just been like, oh my God, no, what? No, thank you. I don't know. Maybe I'm off on that. But, like, these are not high schoolers. Oh, 1 second. Reply. Yeah, I see, Roman. Hold on. Yes, and also here I'm typing it and not saying it out loud because it's a secret. There we go. All right. Let me sit in the chair. Yeah, everyone wants to sit in the Vosh chair. The there.
I know some of you, like, your eyes are rolling so hard you've nearly been blinded, but
That's true.
a lot of you guys are cheering right now like, yes, bring it back. Because we know, whether you agree with it or not, at a deep internal level, that it would work. And that's the
Yeah, literally, we're in her fantasy right now. You know, hey, no proof, no studies. You know, okay, that it would feel good to beat those children and punish them for being mean to you. You know. Dude, it's literally like revenge fantasy porn for her. It's pretty fucked up. I'm glad she's not teaching anymore. There are a lot of teachers like this, by the way. I mean, I don't have kids. If I ever had kids and entered them into school, I feel like I'd be kind of a helicopter parent. Not for my kids, but for the teachers. And not in the cringe way where, like, my kid gets a B and I yell at the teacher for it. But if I get the feeling that any of them are, like, freak fucking, like, power-tripping authoritarians, you know? Yeah.
problem with all of these kind of ivory tower, loosey-goosey discipline things. They sound amazing, maybe to some academics.
She's calling them weak and liberal. Leaving aside all the euphemisms, what she's saying is these systems are too liberal.
That haven't even had to substitute teach a real public, K through 12 school, like maybe ever, but at least not in the last 30 years. These philosophies sound so good to them, but they are removed from the actual day-to-day realities of what teachers are going through.
It really is just a repeat of, like, all other political discourse. Hey, you high-minded liberals have your naive ideas on reform and on prisoners, but in reality, a lot of them are just shit, and you need to be hard on crime and punish them, and da-da-da. Like, it's the same argument. It's just teacher-specific.
And what a joke these modern systems have become. I think the thing that people have forgotten, and this might be a controversial point to some of you, but a lot of times kids, if undisciplined, untrained, untaught, unparented, they actually turn out to be tiny little monster people.
Yep. Yeah, yes, obviously, lots of kids are huge assholes. That's what you signed up for by becoming a teacher. Now, I think teachers should be extremely well compensated for the valuable work they do, but yes, that is the job.
The worst of humanity that is inside all of us, if not somehow disciplined away through love and care and
Wait, hold on. This is not at all true. Oh, wait, hold on.
support and concern and talking and, yes, consequences. If that doesn't happen, then the worst of humanity gets embodied in these little people.
Okay, see, so this is another, like, this is like, by conservative argument, I mean, this goes back thousands of years. The idea is that people are fundamentally evil and that the chains of society, like, sort of bend and break them into an acceptable form. Whereas more liberal or leftist-minded people tend to be of the opinion that, like, people are naturally good and, like, there are social incentives that push people towards evil. I've always been more of the blank slate idea. I think that people can really go either way. I think that young people, like children, are innately selfish and unsympathetic. I think that they are extremely self-interested and they don't understand or care about what other people want that well. That's not the same as them being evil. It's hard to even call it evil because it's kind of like it's a kid. Like, they haven't fully developed the capacity for making moral decisions. But as a teacher, it's your job to look through that. And this is something kids are always going to be. They're always going to be selfish and unsympathetic. They grow out of that, at least if they're taught well, if things go well. And it's your job to deal with that, and it's your job to direct them in a positive way. Hold on.
They lie, they cheat, they scream, they hit people, they bite, they spit. And depending upon how
Okay, so we are definitely talking about 5-year-olds here.
that is or isn't handled when they're young, those behaviors can either get worse and more apparent, or they can get sneakier and more manipulative and learn to hide them better. And in a weird way, what I think a lot of these...
If you don't teach children not to bite when they're young, their bite strength grows more and more, and their bites become more dangerous. Stop your 5-year-old from biting out of anger today, or there will be a 25-year-old chomping people's arms off. The big shark bites, you know?
discipline philosophies do, since they focus so much on like, okay, let's sit in a restorative circle and talk about our feelings. Let's process with a counselor and talk about why what I did hurt other people. A lot.
This can work. It could, yeah, I know it doesn't give you the satisfaction of decking a 5-year-old, but those approaches can work. Yeah, I'm sorry it's not as cathartic to you, an adult who is biologically capable of emotional regulation, unlike the children you're teaching.
A lot of these kids get to be masters at manipulating adults, and I've just been floored at how sometimes
all children are manipulative because they're selfish. They will lie and cheat and steal to get things they want, usually candy, because they don't have an understanding of what it means to wrong other people. They don't have a broader ethical system. It doesn't mean they're evil. They literally don't have the tools. It would be like calling a wolf evil because it kills helpless deer. Like there aren't like animals. Like humans are the only animal that are really capable of making moral judgment calls, as far as we're aware of. Like really capable of it. And you have to have a fully developed brain, or at least a mostly developed brain. You can't be 5, you know?
some of the worst behaved children in the classroom have administrators and counselors completely fooled because they learn quick to adapt and how to play the game and how to get out of consequences.
See, this literally just all reads out of like projection. Like there were kids she hated, and she was like, oh, these kids have the school counselors in their pocket. Like she's seething at these 5-year-olds who are like, this 5-year-old has turned the principal against me. The school resource officers bought their trip. Like I don't trust her at all, man. I mean, she's not a teacher anymore. Did she quit or get fired? I don't know. Like that's really weird.
Consequences that aren't really even available to begin with, but let's say there are a few consequences.
She's terrified of these kids, chat. What is this? It's a meme post. Okay, that's fair. You weren't. I would ban you forever, and also in real life, but it wasn't. It wasn't directed at me. I was hoping that was a YouTube short where she did something embarrassing.
In a school, like maybe ISS or out of school suspension, kids learn how to manipulate their way out of those and hide their misbehavior even better. Meanwhile, because as a culture and a society, we have...
As opposed to corporal punishment, which definitely doesn't just incentivize children to be more sneaky with their misbehavior.
Have changed the definition of right and wrong so much, kids are...
See? It's the broader authoritarian thing. It's so underneath all of this, like her fantasizing about beating children, you know, is a fear of moral degeneracy. The authoritarian mindset. This is basically like the it's teaching and nursing that are basically like the female equivalents to being a cop, you know? Like they're gendered, and in both cases people who are petty and power hungry and cruel will seek out careers where they have the power to fuck with people, and like in a fashion which is almost like unchecked. You know, it gives them so much power, and that would be teaching and nursing. Those are the two big ones. And she's 100% doing the cop brain thing here, you know?
Being empowered in their misbehavior. I actually saw a video from a college. Maybe I saw this about I think it happened maybe about a month and a half ago, but this lady, this young woman was yelling at her college professor, cursing.
Now we're talking about college. College students are adults. Nominally at least. They don't always act like it. Lying, low corporal punishment encourages lying. Damn. Is this like actual evidence? Hell, get that evidence out of here. Whoa. This is an evidence-free zone, okay? She fantasizes about beating children, and we're not going to let the real world get in the way of that.
At her, refusing to follow directions, and she had campus security called on her to remove her, and somehow, you know, of course, those kind of videos go viral. In all the comments, everyone was talking about how the teacher should have been fired. The teacher is so terrible. How dare...
Wait, what? So she's not even talking about school policy. The campus officers took the kid away, not the kid, the college student, and she's like, "Well, the comments agreed with the student." What? What does this have to do with anything? This is literally just like she doesn't like young people. That's literally it. Like she just wants we're not even talking about the power the teacher had because the teacher called the campus police on the student.
The teacher do this and that, completely ignoring that even if that professor was wrong, the way the student handled the situation was wrong. But we're living in a culture, for whatever reason, that says if there is any kind of injustice,
Yes. Our degenerate culture in which people in the comments agree with the behavior of a student in this video I'm just generally referencing. Yes. Why spanking doesn't work. Whoa, get that evidence out of here.
you can riot, loot, burn, hurt
Ooh. Riot, loot, and burn. Really, is that something students do, or is that something you're pulling directly from Republican headlines on Black Lives Matter protesters? Like I said, guys, it's cop brain. Not just the fascist, like, underlying logic. This is cop brain shit, 100%. Yes, these rioting 5-year-olds. These arsonist 5-year-olds. Yes, of course, naturally. Riot, loot, and burn. Just to be clear, by the way, for somebody whose job it was to manage the behavior of children, no sane teacher should default to those words when using hyperbolic language against the behavior of children. Like, think of where her brain has to be at for her to have to string together a sentence decrying the behavior of these students, and she goes to riot, loot, and burn after earlier talking about pretty, you know, transparently inner city schools, right?
people, just do whatever you want in the name of like, this thing shouldn't have happened. So now I'm going to do 50 things that shouldn't happen. And my 50 things are canceled out because this one wrong thing really did happen.
What?
And that is the mentality that our young people are being brainwashed with. And unfortunately, they are not
What? Incoherent.
getting a lot of really great adult examples, even with the so-called Karen phenomena of like all these viral videos of people just chewing out customer service workers, airline workers, any public servant whatsoever. It's always that, oh, this one little thing happened that was wrong, so I completely went ballistic and lost my mind, and now I'm a hero. And I am a
Is she suggesting that the viral phenomena of Karens is a pro-Karen? Is she under the impression that people post videos of blonde women screaming at service workers, and these videos are posted and commented on and liked and retweeted by people sympathetic? Is she retarded? Unironically, what is happening here? This works against her point. People in the comments usually side with the retailer. People will almost always side with workers being yelled at. The worker in any viral video has to do some extraordinary shit. There was a video recently of a what's it, Waffle House, of a lady like throwing a chair back at a customer, and people were still gassing up the cashier. People fucking hate customers. Yeah, she parried the chair. I remember.
really afraid that we are actually reinforcing that in school, because a lot of times the conversation goes even with the teacher. If a kid loses their mind in class and goes crazy, they come back to the teacher and essentially say, well, what did you do to make that kid so upset? What could you have done to prevent that kid from becoming so upset? What can you do in the future so that the kid won't be so upset?
Yeah, that's your job. Sorry. Whoa. Your performance gets evaluated and people are like, hey, you know, what can we do to better... Wow, welcome to working. Hi.
And meanwhile, the kid is sitting there feeling justified and awesome and really happy with themselves about how they won another one. And they can even convince
this happened. God, she's so bitter. She's like reliving. It's like fucking Vietnam in her head. There's like 1,000-yard stare of her inner self remembering all those times that snotty kid she hated getting away with stuff, because in reality that snotty kid was a lot more reasonable than she thought he was, and she was acting like a screaming bitch.
themselves that they are like true freedom fighters,
Oh my God. Right after the Vietnam analogy. Holy shit. Okay.
fighting all their teachers. There's also a huge sense of entitlement getting bred, I think, in this generation, and schools are feeding into it because in a lot of these, professional developments we have about all these random different systems, it's all about, well, give the kid a choice. Don't tell the kid no. Find 3 yeses before you ever have to resort to a no.
Again, this is just very simple behavioral psychology. It is literally proven to be more effective than just saying no. People, especially young, stupid people, like 5-year-olds, are more likely to go along with something they wouldn't otherwise if they have to pick it from a set of options rather than being told that's what they're going to do. This is like really obvious. Yeah. If there's like a kid and the kid has to like sit down and do something, you can say like, okay, do you want to do your work and then get an extra 5 minutes in the recess, or do your work and get an extra candy at the end? And then like, then the kid will go like, oh, okay, because they have a choice now. Like, I'm just like spitballing this, but it's like, this is very simple behavioral psychology. It's not.
Did they not like what you're doing? Well, why not? Why wasn't it more fun and engaging and entertaining? And so again, all of the responsibility is being put on the teachers to create this like mega fun, enriching environment where everybody is doing things that they think are so incredibly interesting and awesome.
It's your job. Yeah. Is she mad that the 5-year-olds she's teaching aren't putting in their equal share of effort? Sorry, lady, they're not getting paid either.
Yet meanwhile, they're like piling on these super rigorous state standards and loads of super challenging standardized tests and saying, oh, by the way, make sure the kids can do all of these.
They're not that hard. It's your job. Teach the kids. Do your job.
These things while having an outrageously fun time at the same time. Oh, and having a really well-controlled, well-managed classroom. Good luck. And so you can see again why teachers are just quitting in droves. Another problem with
They're quitting because they're not getting paid. Common Core is pretty shit. I'm not saying Common Core isn't shit or that our standardized tests aren't shit. I'm saying that she's literally complaining about having to do her job. Like, that's literally what she's essentially saying is, I think it's bullshit that I'm expected to teach these students the skills they need to learn and the info they need to learn, while also providing an instructive and informative classroom environment that's conducive to learning. And she's mad about that. Like, teachers' jobs have unrealistic standards, though. Okay, ley line lost. Everyone else who's agreeing with her right now, think about this. If she felt like the problem was that too many burdens were being placed on the teacher, why isn't she asking for more pay / more teachers / more resources? She's not. The solutions that she's proposing so far have been corporal punishment and less positive support for the kids. She doesn't actually have an issue with the workload. The problem that she has is that she doesn't get to beat the children for catharsis. That's it. I'm obviously in favor of more teachers, more pay, etc., changes to our standard school system, but she doesn't want those. She's not advocating for progressive reforms to our school system.
like these kind of programs like PBIS and BIS is that the entire premise that they're built on is that the only reason a kid ever misbehaves is that they don't understand the expectation or they lack the skill to follow through with the expectation. And
nobody believes that is the only reason a child misbehaves. They just expect you to do what you can about it.
could that be true sometimes? Of course. But more likely than not, my kids could have written a 5-paragraph essay on each and every rule and why we have it and what happens when people don't follow it. But at the end of the day, if there are no punishments at all for not following the expectations, a huge subset of kids just aren't going to. And then when they're rewarded
Research disagrees with this.
by bad behavior, you're actually
That is not what is happening.
reinforcing the behaviors that you don't want to see. Another huge problem I see, not only in schools with a lot of modern parenting, is that kids are starting to really lack having a correlation between their choices and their behavior and actual consequences. And really, that's at the heart of the reason for any kind of punishment or discipline or whatever you want to call it. If the idea goes that if when a child is small and they get consequences and they associate bad choices with some kind of pain, that
Guys, she literally just wants to beat kids. There's nothing subtle about this. That's literally all she wants to do. That's the whole reason for this video. That's literally it.
will eventually internalize that understanding and they won't do big things wrong in the future that lands them in big trouble, like being in jail, for example.
Again, gotta keep repeating this. All of the evidence we have indicates corporal punishment does not lead to improvement of behavior. And likewise, we do have psychological evidence to suggest that more positive kinds of reinforcement are more effective. She does not care about she doesn't care about the well-being of the kids. She just wants to beat them. That's it. This is all about appealing to the catharsis and frustration of her and people like her who are petty and insecure and fragile and get upset easily and have poor emotional control. And they take those problems out by abusing children. There are plenty of parents who do this. There are plenty of teachers who do this. She probably does it to both her children and to her former students.
Of course, some people never learn this, but that's another video altogether. Another huge emphasis of a lot of these programs is the fact that students should never feel embarrassed, never feel any sort of shame about any kind of behavior, never be singled out publicly, and never really kind of be scolded or reprimanded. I remember in
Yes, because publicly shaming a student in front of their class when we're dealing with like 5-year-olds usually doesn't beget positive outcomes. You learn this even in like regular jobs. The rule is criticize privately, praise publicly. You do that with employees. This is like management 101. If you have a problem with what something somebody's done, you tell them in private, but you reinforce good behaviors publicly. This is far more effective than the other way around. And the reason for that is because making people feel like shit, especially when they're 5 in front of all of the people they know and spend time with, doesn't actually beget positive emotions. It just causes like festering negative ones that don't lead to proper emotional regulation.
the program BIST that I had in multiple different schools and districts, our main catchphrase when we talked to a kid was to constantly remind them over and over again.
Even the Army does this? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. If you've ever wondered, oh, hold on, if someone fucks up, the whole group gets reprimanded, rarely individuals unless a crime was committed. Yeah, one of the reasons why people think there's a weird like group punishment dynamic going on in the Army, and I've never been in the military, but like I've read about like psychologically why does some of this stuff happen, and not the military is not Full Metal Jacket. Like the first half of Full Metal Jacket, that's not everything in the military is like the screamingest drill sergeant and all of the pants pissingest boys. Okay, it's not all of it, but there's usually an attitude of like communal reward and punishment that is taken in the Army and other group settings. And a big reason for this is because if a person is seen to be kind of like a fuck up, like it can cause like a self-reinforcing cycle where if a person makes a mistake but it's corrected in private and addressed it in private, they can improve and it doesn't feel like a mark against them as a person. But if that bad behavior is made a public stigma, it doesn't go away. See, even if a student gets chewed out in public and then later improves that behavior, they still got chewed out in public. And though the punishment may be gone, the memories all of the classmates have of their bad behavior continue to influence their perception of that student. And the student knows this, which can make a lot of them just feel really like depressive and just feel like there's no point in engaging because like they're a fuck up anyway, you know? The consequences of social shaming are near permanent, you know? At least it feels that way in school. Yeah, just like basic stuff, you know? I feel like, man, do you think, I know she probably doesn't make anywhere near as much as me because she was like a teacher. I don't know what she's doing now. Do you think she should like pay me for this? Hey, if you watch this video, you should like wire me some money because this is like legit everything you missed while getting your teaching cert, you know?
I'm not mad and you're not in trouble. I'm not mad, you're not in trouble. I'm not mad, you're not in trouble. And I mean, like, literally, we're told this over and over again. Make sure the kids know that you are not mad and they are not in trouble. And so, like, what is that?
Yes, because it makes them less defensive and makes it more likely that they'll listen to you rather than them just breaking down and crying. We're talking about 5-year-olds.
Really teaching kids? Like, a kid cusses me out and throws their lunch tray across the room, and I'm supposed to say, I'm not mad. You're just.
Yes, you're an adult. Yes, you are supposed to keep your cool when kids misbehave. It's your job. They're 5.
Awesome. No, that is so not real life. A student is allowed to say or do whatever they want to me, essentially, and I'm supposed to say, you're not in trouble.
They're children. Holy fuck, it's actually cop grant. It is kind of like, it's an interesting case study. What do you mean, Tempest? It's like, it's an interesting case study, I think, into how the authoritarian mindset is usually most touted by very weak people. This woman is unbelievably weak. Like, she's still fantasizing about beating the children who gave her trouble when she was a teacher. Like, she's pathetic. And as like a reflex or like a defensive mechanism, she turns to these fantasies, these obsessive fantasies about punishing these infants because she can't control herself, and she knows that. She just doesn't think it's a bad thing. She's like, what, you expect me to keep my cool when a 5-year-old disrespects me? Yes. Oh, I like teaching, Tempest. I've always liked teaching as a subject.
I bet you just really didn't understand the impact that your actions would have on me. Let me sit down, explain it to you, and let's have a conversation about it.
Yeah, yes. She's literally like mocking the thing you're supposed to do, yeah.
And how well do you think that went over? The kind of kids
with you? How well do you think, how well do I think that goes over? Well, how do I think it went over, past tense, with you? Probably pretty poorly.
Will cuss and throw and flip out. There's not a whole lot of reasoning that's going to stop that behavior. That's my unpopular opinion.
Yeah, you don't reason with them. You don't logic them out of their misbehavior. They're 5. You try to present yourself in a way that maximizes the likelihood of them calming down, and then you try to use a basic understanding of behavioral psychology to get them to change their behavior. Holy fuck, she doesn't think people like that can change. Oh, there's no way this lady thinks people can improve, like as a concept. She's definitely one of those people who mentally sorted the children she had in her class into good kids and bad kids, and she just felt like she just wanted to beat the bad kids because she didn't want to take no disrespect from them, and like she just wanted to spend time with the good kids. She essentially wanted to not do her job.
Now, to me, that is not to say that you should not try to do everything before getting to the more serious consequences. I still think we should talk to kids and explain things, but I think that there's got to be teeth that go along with that whole system.
Oh shit, she wants to bite them back too.
Or else again, it becomes a joke. Now I've got to pause because I know that there's just a few mama bears out there that are just kind of imagining the worst scenario they've ever seen or heard of in a classroom and thinking that I'm advocating for that. I'm absolutely not. I really do think that what has happened is the pendulum has swung all the way over. I think we've all, seen movies or heard stories of like maybe somebody that went to a really strict Catholic school and, a kid accidentally knocks their book off the table and then the nun comes and smacks him on the knuckle with a ruler. I'm not talking about going back to that time, but what I am saying is that somehow we've gone from that in certain places all the way to what we have now. And now the teachers feel
just totally feels-based argument. Like literally no, like completely vibes-based. In her head, she just has a vague emotional memory of what it was like teaching. And she just, and she remembers that she was a well-behaved kid, and she probably had an abusive parent or so. I don't fucking know. Usually authoritarian-minded people were damaged from childhood. It could have been fixed, but it wasn't. And there's some psychological bugbear that's making her the way she is now. It's all feelings.
in that little story that I gave, like, they're the kid that's just kind of like blocking and hoping that now 50 people don't metaphorically smack them with a ruler. Because that's how it feels being a
What?
teacher in a classroom of sort of hostile little people or big people if you're a middle school or high school teacher.
Yep, there it is. Elementary school teacher. There it is. All right, good. Yeah, just good to get the confirmation. There we go. Yes, the overwhelming the agonizing terror of being in a room full of rowdy second graders and having them all despise you. I wonder why they hated her.
It's like very unsettling because you know that there's just like this delicate ecosystem that could absolutely explode at any given minute, and you really don't know what you can do.
It really sounds like she was a shit. This seems like a skill issue to me. How many third graders do you think she could take in a fight? I think this bitch would lose to like 3. I think one of them would like grab her hair and like hang off of it, and then 2 would like beat her up when she falls to the ground. It's over. No shot. I could defeat an infinite number of third graders in martial combat. It's Jover.
In that situation. At this point, sadly, I think we're to the point where teachers are actually expected to raise kids and parent them inside of the classroom without any of the tools and time that their actual parents have.
The tools being corporal punishment? Because I don't think parents should have that tool either. What if they're third graders who have been held back multiple years? Like it's a stepbrother situation. Like you have a bunch of you have a bunch of third graders, and then there's like one 6'2" guy with a beard in the back, and he's like throwing shit at you. I don't know. Maybe in that case, special consideration would have to be taken. You know, I'm willing to admit that.
Remember, I think it was with the BIS program, but it could have been PBIS. I don't exactly remember, but we were given this list of all of these skills that basically kids need to have. And it was literally all the skills that you're supposed to be taught at a young age by your parents. And we were expected to teach these kids all these.
Yeah, that's your job. Yes, you are school teachers. They spend like 20 to 30 hours with you every week. Yes, you are partially responsible for raising them. That's the point. That's the entire point. That's the whole point. I have to teach these children social and emotional skills. Yeah, that's like, dog, elementary school is like 10% arithmetic and 90% social and emotional skills. Just so you guys know, okay? When somebody is, getting the training necessary to be a kindergarten teacher or whatever, they're not being told the complex formulas of teaching colors, okay? What they're being taught is behavioral psychology for raising those children and teaching them social skills. That's the whole point. What do you think that like 5-year-olds are at school for like 8 hours a day or whatever, however long they are, I forget, 6 hours a day, learning colors? Like, why do you think they have reset? Why do you think any of this stuff exists?
Skills, and anytime a kid misbehaved, the implication was that we hadn't properly taught that skill enough. Not that the kid just thought misbehaving was.
Yeah, because the alternative is, oh, a kid misbehaved? Guess that's just a shit kid. Move on. What do you think it's going to say? Obviously, this is the case for every job in the universe. Whoa, something under your supervision didn't go right? Is there anything you could have done to improve that situation? And you can answer that, and you can go, well, no, I don't think there's something I could have done. And that's a valid answer sometimes. But yeah, it's a valid question to ask.
Fun. Like that could never be the option. It was always back to, oh, well, did they understand the expectation? They have the skills to really follow through on the expectation. Was your expectation too hard, too high? Let's talk about bringing those down and being more gracious. Yet for all the talk of grace with students, teachers are held to these like awful standards when it comes.
It's not fair. Why don't students have to do the same amount of work as their adult teachers with master's degrees who are paid to do this work? That's not fair. Well,
comes to data, test scores, and everything we do is tracked essentially. Now is also a good time to insert the grades conversation again. In case you've missed it on some of my other videos, there is a massive movement, at least in America, I don't know about other countries, to completely get rid of grades and to basically have just like mastery standards where either somebody is not meeting a standard, or exceeding a standard. So you can't get an F on anything, you can't fail anything. Nothing is graded to go into a grade book with the exception of these kind of mini standardized tests that are called different things. They might be called benchmarks or just these like data team quizzes. And
okay, I'm not fully up on this, but as I understand, this is like objectively better because grades will artificially inflate the scores of kids who have a lot of spare time and kids who are very diligent with their memories, but it doesn't necessarily pertain to how well they've learned something. Whereas like the idea of grading, like you're not like grades are prissy shit, okay? I have not thought about my elementary school grades ever since the nanosecond I entered like 6th grade. And I haven't thought about my middle school grades since the moment I entered high school. And I haven't thought about my high school grades since the moment I entered college. And none of my college grades mattered because then I started live streaming. Grades don't really indicate mastery. They indicate like memory and like whether or not you have ADHD. And the idea of like a general mastery thing is probably a lot better. Okay, I know like a lot of people who are young right now are listening, so I'm going to use, this is going to be like the nerdiest, gayest analogy I've ever done, okay? But in order to like make this point, I'm going to talk about video games for a minute, okay? So, like, a big part of playing a video game is you get better as you play it, and boss battles are basically a test of your knowledge and mastery of the game. That's why they're more difficult than regular content. So, if you could imagine, like, imagine playing a story campaign where you get, like, score as you play through it, and then it all adds up to a final score at the end, and that score at the end is meant to, like, determine how good you are at the game, you know? And think of, like, 2 ways of doing this, okay? Imagine one system where there are, like, a bunch of Ubisoft quests all over the place. Like, the map is big, and there are, like, 50 million things that you can do, and every time you do something, you add a bit of score to your total. And then at the end, like, if you did all the things, you get the high score because you did all the things, so you have it. And none of the individual challenges are difficult or that thoughtful, but they're basically like little rote exercises of time and pattern recognition. And then you have another system where there's like a big open world, but there's stuff to do, but you don't get scored on any of it. And there are just like, I don't know, a dozen boss fights. And the boss fights are incrementally more difficult, and you get judged based on your performance in those fights. And then at the end, like, if you did really well in all those, that's like the end. So for those who kind of follow this analogy, it should be pretty obvious. The latter system is a better way of actually testing your skill. In the former, you still have to put in a lot of time and effort and energy, but altogether, it's not really a demonstration of your mastery at the end. It's a demonstration of how much time you were willing to commit, how much attention you were willing to commit. Whereas in the latter, it could potentially be a lot better because you're kind of being graded where it counts, you know? This is like a loose analogy, but to be fair, our current schooling and grading system have been around for a very long time, like centuries, and it's been bad for a really long time, too. I think there are other arguments to make as well. Homework doesn't seem to work that well. I personally, as somebody who completed school, never felt like I learned much from homework. I never did homework to demonstrate a mastery of the subject. I did homework because my grades would suffer if I didn't. I never did a homework and then thought, wow, now I know this subject better. I would do the learning in the class, and then it was just a repeat of the class, but more boring because I had to do it in my own home instead of when I'm in the class, you know? Yeah, the data supports this too. Yeah. So I'm okay with this. The funny thing is, this idiot who we're watching the YouTube video of has been complaining about teachers being overworked, and she's about to start complaining about a system that would take a huge workload off teachers. Not having to grade an umpteen billion homework and like quiz assignments would take a ton of work off the shoulders of teachers, and she's about to complain. This is why I'm saying, like, I don't even care when she accurately says a part of the schooling system is bad, because she's too stupid to understand the solution. Like, she's just pointing at it and going, well, I didn't like that, and then she'll, like, argue for something that makes it worse. Yeah, true, Demon Mom, yeah. Homework as, like, a concept is kind of a remnant from the philosophy of public schooling, as a way of instructing children for factory work. Because if you think about it, public schooling is a relatively modern thing. And the reason we even have public schooling is because the average expectation of, in terms of like, how much does a person need to know to be an effective worker, that went up. So there was a push by like industrialists to have public schooling funded by the government because they were essentially raising young people to develop the skills necessary to be effective workers. And this is kind of a deviation from like tutelage-based systems of the past, where only some like very wealthy people would get like mentors. But the mentorship, like if you had if you were like a king in Europe and you had a mentor or like a prince or whatever, like you weren't getting homework. The entire focus was on you learning. Obviously, I'm not suggesting mentorship for every little prince and princess in class or whatever. What I'm suggesting is that we understand our current model of grading and teaching is not born out of a pure desire for learning, but often for rote memorization and cuckoldry, which I'm not totally in support of.
Those are the only things that are tracked, but yet they don't affect whether a student can fail or not. In fact, like 99.725, I made that number up, percent of kids just automatically get passed on to the next grade. And that to me is another massive thing that has changed since when I went to school. Like kids actually could be held back when I went to school, but there's been a massive movement against ever holding kids back anymore. So even
I don't think holding kids back has been shown to be an effective way. Holding a kid back like fucks them, like for life potentially. I haven't heard it like there's you know we're kind of talking like edge case stuff here with I don't know like the data on this specifically, but I can't imagine holding a kid back is the best system for helping them understand a subject. God's honest truth is that like 2 years out of college and you're going to forget 99% of the stuff you learned in school anyway, except for the social and emotional skills. Those stick around forever.
even the natural consequence, or if you want to call it a punishment, I don't know, of having to repeat a grade.
That's not, that's an insane punishment. If we're, okay, the idea that she would even consider calling that a punishment is psychotic. Like, even by her framework, she should be arguing that it's a necessary but regrettable step to help a child get like another chance to learn these basic skills. But in her mind, it's like, oh, you're a bad kid? Oh, well, bad kids get to be fucked for life. Here's a repeat. Hope the taxpayers don't mind spending a bunch more money doing nothing except punishing you on a repeat year.
As you goofed around, didn't learn the content, didn't do any homework, even that's gone now. So just everything within modern education, it almost feels like it's just conspiring to make it 100% impossible for teachers to actually do their job, which is why we're seeing the
i.e., we can't beat them as much.
mass exodus of
She's apparently a Christian teacher, according to an old video of hers. This doesn't surprise me at all. Not even remotely.
teachers leaving the profession. So my public service announcement in all of this one probably felt a little rantier than usual. But just for action research, I read probably like hundreds of different posts from teachers like all over the internet that are
Posts. That's where you're getting your fucking info from. Your selection bias is cultivating the posts of other frustrated teachers and former teachers. She shouldn't have been a teacher. You don't have the fucking, your neurons aren't developed enough to understand how to do research. You don't. Oh my God.
more recent about experiences they're having with the PBIS systems and BIST and restorative circles. And it made me mad afresh for teachers, not only because it's getting worse, but it flooded back all the memories from the 8 years that I was in the classroom and just all the stress and angst and nonsense. And ironically, like my constant.
Interesting how all of the memories she is referring to have to do with her emotional state and not the educational attainment of the children. Really think about that for a second. Like, her job is to raise these kids as a teacher of 5-year-olds. Like, you are in part raising them. Let's not be delusional about what your job is when you're doing this, okay? You are not getting a master's degree to do this teaching work so that you can learn how to teach them 2 + 2 = 4. You're doing it so you can be an effective child rearer and teach them valuable social skills. And her memory of this is her emotional state. She's not talking about how, yeah, during those 8 years, I felt like I really couldn't do a good job of, like, helping these kids, you know? Also, if she was a Christian teacher, by which I assume she means a teacher for a Christian school, that ain't a public school. Which means that all of the talk here about standardized disciplinary treatment is completely meaningless. I assume she did work at a public school at least once, because I think she referred to it earlier. Maybe she did, like, Christian teaching for a time?
fear of being in trouble for something crazy. Meanwhile, like the kids are never fearful of getting in trouble over anything. So my public service announcement is discipline actually equals love. Somebody also wrote,
holy shit, dude. Well, that's a reinforcement of the Christian teacher narrative there. Fucking hell, man. There comes the Christianity. Yeah, the discipline equals love thing comes across as pretty rapey to me, too. Maybe it's a good thing she's away from kids. Yeah, no, the whole, like, sadomasochistic, I'm hurting you because I care about you shit, you will never be able to convince me that shit is not, like, hardcore pedocoded. Zero shot.
that in one of the comment sections of the survey yesterday, and I cheered. I was like, yes, yes. Because the truth is, what we are setting kids and teens and young adults up for is just a disastrous future. They're not going to be ready for the real world. And they're not going to be happy. The truth is, I don't know if you could think of in your own life.
They weren't beaten as children. They won't be effective as adults. Never mind all the research that corporal punishment worsens everything going forward. Sounds like she's not ready for the real world. She made a 20-minute rant video about how unfair it was that she had to do her job and that there were students of the teaching job that she chose to take because it's her job who were mean to her.
The times where maybe you had a holiday or vacation and you literally did like nothing but eat Doritos all day and like, you know, hours of social media and hours of movies. Maybe that feels like a reward for like a day, but a life of that is
it's your fucking time off. What the fuck are you talking about? What? What do you... What, she like, oh, your kid had a summer break and they spent it relaxing? Oh my God.
is actually miserable because there's tons of natural consequences that come along with that. And that's honestly what we're setting these kids up for. We're creating this artificial bubble where, you know, kids can like cuss out a teacher or somebody else and we tell them, I'm not mad, you're not in trouble. And the extent of their consequence is having a conversation, which usually actually is with somebody that kind of takes.
Well, to be fair, having a conversation with this bitch would be the greatest punishment I could imagine. 5-year-old me would take the paddle over having to have a conversation with her for any length of time, for sure. Okay? My ass, my cheeks, all right? They can take it. My fucking brain, I don't think it could.
Their side and, you know, says, yeah, that teacher was so mean, it was wrong. And then their teacher is in trouble at the end of it. So again, that feels like a triple victory for the kid. But we are not doing these kids any favors.
Resentment.
I think we also need to make a return to reality. And that's the fact that people are basically motivated by two things in life, love and fear. And I think that.
Yep. Guys, remember what I've said. Authoritarians are weak people, and she is vomiting projection all over this video. That's what motivates her. She has no higher moral impulses. She doesn't have any broader reason. Her faculties of reason are atrophied. She doesn't have any, like, higher consideration. She's essentially, like, admitting to being an NPC. You know what else is motivated entirely by love and fear? Ants. Like, what do you mean? Like, they love eating and they fear, like, I don't know, the stomp. I mean, what do you, like, you're basically saying you're like an animal who only responds to immediate visceral impulses and you don't have any higher moral considerations. But honestly, I already thought that about her, so whatever.
The modern push in academia is you've got to get your students to love you. You got to get your students to love their subject and then they'll behave.
It is true that when students like their teacher and learn to love, she's literally talking down the idea of students loving the subject and the teacher. These teaching guidelines are like, yeah, if the students are having fun and they respect their teacher, they'll learn better. Pfft, liberal nonsense. Get out the paddle.
And that might be true in some instances, but it's not working out well because it's very difficult to get somebody to love you, especially.
Yeah, I don't doubt you've had trouble with that.
When you are an authority figure that's trying to get them to do work and get them to do hard things, if they don't value that,
skill
also,
issue.
You just can't control that. I can't control as a teacher, like if students like me or not.
Skill issue. Oh my God. Dude, she's like a fucking projector. She's not even smart enough to understand that everything she's saying right now is like the most obvious read of her mind state, you know?
That could be its own video. That was one of the hardest, most frustrating things for me as a teacher because, you know, it's truly impossible. You can do one thing and one set of students will love it and a set of parents will think you're the best, and then the other half of the classroom thinks you're the worst person ever and their parents agree. It's just so impossible, but it sets teachers up on this hamster wheel of just burnout, all when it doesn't have to be this way. So I think realistically, if, you know,
Yeah, that's what set teachers on burnout. The expectation their students like the class. Yep. That's what leads to burnout.
maybe a student doesn't love school, they don't love doing their homework. That's kind of normal. I wouldn't say that like a kid's a bad person for that, but if they have no fear of anything happening, like being held back, not graduating, losing privileges at home, losing privileges at school, if there's no love for the teaching the subject, nothing, no love for education, and no fear of consequences, what we're getting in modern schools is about what you would expect it would look like. Kids are angry, they're resentful, their parents back them up no matter what they do.
She's unironically advocating that the best way to fix this situation would be to beat the children. That's, again, we're talking 5-year-olds. 5-year-old in propeller hat. This kid specifically. She wants to beat this child with a paddle. When she says, these kids are cussing me out, they're throwing stuff, I just want everyone to remember, like, vaguely what children look like, because I often think, when I think of, like, students and teachers, I think of being in high school. I just want you to, we're dialing down the age here significantly. This dumb bitch is in a classroom full of this kid, it's like 30 of this kid with the same hat, all at the same angle, making the same face, and she's complaining about the expectation being set that these kids like her in the class. Little Timmy. Poor little Timmy.
And nothing bad's gonna happen to anyone except for the teacher if she dare upsets anybody. So I think it's just honestly, it feels like such a losing job for a lot of teachers today. And a job that they used to love when there was just some basic supports in place, it's now absolutely miserable. At least I'm speaking for myself. That is how I kind of ended up feeling. So my solution wouldn't be to swing from one pendulum all the way to the other side, but to try to have a more balanced approach where there are appropriate consequences that are negative and that deter students.
Violence.
But there are interventions in between there, still relationship building, still kindness, still not advocating like any kind of abuse of any kind of course, but
except for paddling them, the thing you specifically mentioned. Okay.
something that actually makes students feel some of the consequences of their negative choices. And the truth is, at the end of the day, we definitely need parental support more than any time ever. I know that there are some crazy teachers out there that go viral on TikTok and social media, and they're insane, but I can promise you that is not the vast majority of teachers. Most teachers are kind, good people that genuinely wanted to help young people live a better life through the power of education. And I'll stand by that. But the more
oh man, dude. I might be reading into it too much here, but I actually think this is kind of pointed. Listen to exactly what she says.
of teachers. Most teachers are kind, good people that genuinely wanted to help you.
Wanted. Are kind, good people, present tense, because she's referring to herself, wanted to help kids. She's referring to herself here. She's so locked, like she's such a narcissist. She's projecting so hard. She's only talking about herself here. Nothing that she's saying in her mind is like a broad statement of fact of teaching. It's like she's literally just venting. And she's really bad at hiding it too. She should have never been the teacher. She's not smart enough to be one. I actually mean that. Leaving aside that she's like a power-hungry authoritarian bitch who wants to beat children, and a bunch of other negative stuff I could say, I just don't think she's smart enough for it. I don't want the next generation of children to be raised by people like this.
Young people live a better life through the power of education. And I'll stand by that. But the more nonsense that's created in education, the more those good teachers are actually going to want to leave and find something where they can really make a difference. Because most teachers at this point are just feeling like their hands are tied and they're just actually the ones that are being punished by the education system in completely unfair ways. So
was she paddled? Vosh, out of curiosity, what's the like-dislike ratio in this one? Oh, this video went viral positively. by conservatives. Obviously. Because this is just conservatism specifically in the avenue of teaching. It's a small channel. This video went viral. Somebody in chat linked it. And you'll notice, from what I'm seeing, every single reply here that is liked by the video creator is teachers and former teachers venting about how awful kids are. Tay Zonde? Oh, what's up? I was denied recess and forced. Tay, no! Rip.
Hi.
Like, look at these videos, man. No, it's not just black schools. The collapse of education is coming to a neighborhood near you. It's like she knows that it's conservatives watching this, and she's like just skipping past all the dog whistling. So she's like, hey, listen, it's not just the blacks, okay? It's gonna happen to all of us. Like, yeah, very, yeah, it's coming to a neighborhood near you. Like, she's saying it to white conservatives. Yeah, this is just normal whistling. Students are attacking teachers for crazy reasons. Why kids can't read or regulate their emotions, old school versus new school. Why quit teaching, violent kids, corrupt unions, catty coworkers, grade inflation, and too much work. Teaching Gen Z equals nightmare. Phenomenal skill issue here. How to teach Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Ugh. Critical race theory in schools, a teacher tells all. Oh no.
Hi, friends. This is
Top liked comment. I find it shocking when I hear about how some people were taught about slavery. I was going to school in the 70s and 80s, and I was never taught anything like what this teacher said. I was always told it was a terrible practice, we fought a war to end it, etc. I also learned about Jim Crow laws, redlining, the Civil Rights Act. Same with the Indians. I was told about how they were treated, learned about the Trail of Tears, the broken treaties, and all that stuff. However, it was never taught in such a way as to try to make me feel like it was my fault or that I should feel bad about it. So now we know the narrative of the video, which is she does believe that critical race theory is being taught in schools in the form of telling white children to feel bad about slavery, a thing that is real and definitely happens. At my son's high school, they honored a teacher for her CRT immersion programs and getting kids involved, except when she excluded any she deemed Caucasians from the group. She gave a speech again demonizing all whites. Very real stuff. I guess, I don't know, I guess it's kind of refreshing that a black woman is making racist videos where she whines about not getting to beat and probably molest children. And then she has to make a video explaining to the whites who are watching her for, like, the affirmation on her points. Hey, listen, it's not just us blacks, okay? It'll happen to all of us. Because you know she sees her comments, and you know that they're absolutely full of conservatives going, yeah, you're right, black kids are terrible these days. And she, in her mind, she's like, yes, okay, but it'll happen to all of us. I'm not joking. I genuinely think that's why she made that video. They're teaching kids seppuku for white guilt. True. Why teachers quit. Bad students teaching Gen Z. You were teaching elementary school. Okay. And also, she was doing the teaching before and for 8 years, which means that it's possible she would have been teaching like late millennial. Like, what are you talking about? Okay. Oh, see, at this point, she was still teaching. Okay. Oh, yeah, I quit teaching private school. My nightmare of teaching story time. Great. Did she ever do public school teaching? She's ruined an entire generation. Wait, do you think she's listed on one of those websites that rates teachers? What? Does she give her actual name? She probably doesn't. Fuck, that'd be funny. You read a bunch of people being like, this bitch sucked? Yeah. Aren't those just for college professors? I've seen one for high school teachers. They're probably parent websites where they rate like private school teachers as well. But I don't know. All right. All right. That was a long detour, but I'm happy we took it. We learned a lot today, folks. We learned a lot. Wouldn't it be fair to say any isolated human tends to be bad, but humans' innate social pressures cause us to tend to be good? No, I don't think so. And societies are better if more people have a say, and worse if less people do, because we cede to the isolated humans, i.e., authoritarianism. No, I don't believe that. I don't think it has to do with that. I think it has to do with like incentive structures for good behavior and forms of social ostracization, but not necessarily being like alone. But well, actually, I guess there's like there's something to what you're saying, but it's broader than that, I think. This person wants to debate you. The turf person. Femoid? That's not me being sexist. That's her name. The turf person. Yes, it's the deeply mentally ill woman you disagree with. Or deeply mentally ill woman you disagree with. That's Lav? Fuck, man. I guess, okay, guys, we finally run up against a consequence of the bridge being burnt with destiny, which is that I'm unaware of what I know to be an enormous, like, garbage dumpster pile of lore on this woman. She's crazy, ignore it. Yeah, for my broad understanding, she's crazy and she's like an attention whore. But like the only consequence of engaging with her is she tries to pull you into a drama whirlpool. I don't think there's anything like real there. I don't know. She accused Hassan of pedophilia and Destiny of rape. Both were proven false. Yeah. She's buddies with Mr. Girl. Yeah, okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Girl calls her his internet daughter. Okay. Doing remarkable work for turfdom as a whole by associating it with her broken brain. Maybe Dimple. What is this? Okay. Right. Right. Yeah, I know about the Matt Walsh thing. We'll see. We'll see. We have to do that as well. Yeah, Shiloh. Well, I'm suffering from an Adderall shortage, okay? No, Parker, I don't care that much. So we're all suffering. Okay. What do I have listed here? We still have to finish OKBV, man. What no Discord kittens do to a motherfucker? Who are we referring to here? Would you ever debate Taftaj again? I feel like she's only gotten sillier since you last talked. Probably not. I don't know. Probably not. She do be silly. Why has the Adderall shortage been going on so long? Feels bad for those relying on it. Yeah, seriously. Jesus. I've tried, Chucky. Oh shit, the teacher has an alt? What?
Will the rapture happen?
Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Wow. Guys, are you ready for the least surprising thing? Editors, cut this in. It's all insane Christian rapture shit. Christians will face persecution in America. Prepare your family, friends, and children. The 3 dark days prophecy totally is fake. False prophecy 101. Oh man, she's involved. The rapture dream. The bride has made herself ready. Before Jesus comes back, this will happen. Days of Noah and the rapture. Mid-trib. Yeah. Literally, is she a Christian Zionist? Well, a lot of Christians are Zionists. CERN and spiritual warfare. Will we see demons? Oh my fucking god.
So Satan gets...
She shouldn't be... Okay, bitch. Holy shit. There are limits, alright? I try not to be too mean about this stuff, but there are limits. Oh my god. How do we know a fucking demon isn't hiding behind this face blur?
gets power through human agreement. There's laws in the spirit world that determine what he is and isn't allowed to do, and of course this includes demons and fallen angels. Think back to what happened in the Garden of Eden. Satan essentially had to trick Adam and Eve into giving away their authority by disobeying God. If they would have resisted him and not fallen for his schemes, then we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in today. So fast forward to modern times, Satan hasn't changed his schemes. He is deceiving the occult world just like he deceived Adam and Eve. Sorcery is essentially connecting with the demonic realm and making an exchange. Man gets power and whatever else he's looking.
How fucking wild do you have to be to not only be religious, but to believe in sorcery as a Christian in the modern day? Holy shit. You have to be so far gone.
For, but Satan and his demons get a foothold not only in that person's life, but in the world. So how does all this connect with CERN? If they are in fact doing the occult rituals that it looks like they're doing, and if they
at CERN. That's the super collider. She's one of those people who believes that the super collider is opening a portal to hell. This is the plot of doom. This is literally the plot of, okay.
They have the agreement of earthly authority figures, they are actually, whether they realize it or not, working in partnership with Satan to increase darkness. And this increase of darkness impacts the actual events of what happens in our world. I'm sure everybody's noticed that the demonic things everywhere in the media, in entertainment, in people's actions have gone off the charts. And this is a result of the agreement that man is making with the forces of darkness. Ephesians 6:12 explains this.
I've got a picture of the lead director of CERN. Now you have to admit there's pretty clearly some high-tech stuff on display here. I feel like we can trust this guy. All right? He's kind of hot. He kind of is.
It says, "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places." So whatever exchanges that they are doing, I think it's unlikely that we're going to see like winged creatures flying around. But we might notice the actual events of the world changing for the worse. However, the Bible actually...
Isn't it crazy how even the ultra super duper religious people have like conformed to a version of their delusions that prevents them from having to own up to any evidence? Like, miracles happen in the Bible. How is Satan going to manifest his will on earth after the demonic CERN plans come through? Oh, well, people might wear red more often, and there will be more swearing on MTV. Really? Satan, Lucifer, first of the fallen, second most powerful entity in the cosmos? That's what we're getting? He built CERN for swear words on MTV? Come on. Like, have some balls. Say there will be flying demons. I honestly have more respect for the people who make concrete doomsday predictions, because at least then they have to shuffle through the embarrassment of readjusting the date and lying about why it didn't go right the first time. You know, like, at least then they're putting something on the table. Put some skin in the game. Come on.
It does predict a literal time in our future where the abyss will be opened. And at that point, I think it's more likely that we will actually see with our natural eyes whatever some of these principalities and powers and entities actually look like. But I don't think that that's going to happen on July 5th. If you're a Christian, I think for practical terms, we need to realize that these kind of things increase the spiritual warfare in our life. It increases persecution against believers. And Ephesians 6 also tells us what to do about this.
I'm very happy about the fact that 30 seconds into watching a video on her teaching experience, I had everything about her kind of nailed down, and it's just been like as bad as the worst. You know what I mean?
Verse 13 says, "Therefore take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having all done, stand." We want to look at our lives and make sure that we don't have agreement with the demonic realm through sin. If you have unrepentant, willful sin going on in your life, then you are actually making yourself chewing gum for the devil. And nobody wants to be the devil's chewing gum, right? In addition to putting on the armor, Ephesians 6:18 says we need to be praying always with all prayer and supplication.
Okay, I could be totally off on this, but doesn't the Bible not actually give much in the way of specifics about interactions between sin and demonic influence? Like, there are Christians who are like, yeah, dude, the devil will climb up your asshole if ever you, like, jerk off or something. But I'm pretty sure that if you just go by Christian canon and the stuff written, all of that is total horseshit. Like, I'm pretty sure if you get, like, if you're just sticking to the stuff that's actually, like, I don't know, biblical canon or whatever, it's like they're just making it up. There's some mention, but it's not like the way some of these Christians talk, you would think they're fucking Shintoists, where they think like the spirits of evil and good exist all around them, that like angels and demons are vying for control of every space in the world and you purify it with your. That's not Christian canon. You're not a Shintoist. You don't pray to your local river. What are you talking about? There's hell and there's heaven and there's here. What?
In the Spirit, being watchful to this end with all perseverance and supplication for all the saints. And we cannot forget our sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. If I had to just pick two things to do for our spiritual safety and protection, it would be praying and being in the Bible every single day. More than once if you can. Things are going to get dark.
It's so sad, man. I know she's like a horrible abuser who beats children and probably molests them or whatever. Thinking that more so now than ever before, by the way. But like she is such a victim of the shit that got drilled into her head, you know?
Darker and darker, and any kind of sin that you have in your life that's undealt with, you can just expect the temptation to increase like 1,000-fold as we get deeper and deeper into the end times. And the more sin that you have in your life, you're actually opening yourself up to the possibility of greater deception. So even though CERN and all of these things are interesting to a lot of people, it just should, at least for believers, be a little bit of a wake-up call about the darkness that
It's all from Dante's Inferno. Yeah. One guy did like a mushroom trip, and now we all know what the... Do you think she's into QAnon? Yes. God, it's wild. Israel in the end times, God has a plan. Oh, wait, she's going to do the thing. This is what I'm always talking to you guys about. Fundamentalist Christians believe Jews need to control the Holy Land in order to bring about the rapture. The Jews are literally like the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood sacrifice. They're literally the blood sacrifice, to bring about the rapture.
God is not done with Israel, and all Israel will be saved. God's plan for Israel and the church is laid out in Romans chapters 9 through 11. Before I go any further, I want to clarify some of the most commonly asked questions that I get. So number one, I want to reiterate that the church does not replace Israel. Some people say anytime you look in the New Testament and see the word Israel, you should just replace the word church and keep it moving. But if you literally read Romans chapters 9 through 11 and do that, none of the passages will make any sense. I dare you to try it. Now
This is her third channel? What? We can't keep doing this, man. I'm not looking at a third channel. Why does she have a third channel that's also about religious lunacy, nanners? Why split that up? Incredible stuff. Oh, Christ. She runs a children's association, or at least her family does. I assume it's the same. How many Hefzibas can there be? Maybe that's a different Hefziba? I don't know how common of a name that is. Apparently, she's currently becoming a certified life coach. God. Man, whatever.
this doesn't mean that Israel has a different plan of salvation. Some people have taught that in the past, but I would totally disagree with that. The New Testament makes it clear that Jesus is the only way to get to the Father. I'm also not saying that somebody is automatically saved by virtue of their DNA and ancestry. Some will go to the other extreme and say that salvation is only for Israel. That's not true either, because the Bible has made clear that it was always God's plan to have a family including all nations, tribes, and tongues. It's also important to note that God's overall plan is to unite us all together. In Romans 11, Israel is the olive tree and the Gentiles are the wild branch. We actually get grafted in. When all is said and done, God is going to have one big happy family made of all nations, tribes, and tongues, all worshiping the Lord Jesus Christ. But we haven't quite got there yet. There's much more to the story. And that's where Romans 11 comes in. So let's break down our
I'm Christian. What she's saying is pretty much heretical. It's based on Catholic fan fiction written hundreds of years after about. Yeah. I mean, that's always how it is, right?
categories. In Romans 11, we have Israel and we have the Gentiles. If you're not an Israelite, congratulations, you're a Gentile. Now, in both of those categories, we have unbelieving Israelites and believing Israelites, and we have unbelieving Gentiles and believing Gentiles. Romans 11 says that there is always going to be a remnant of believing Israelites. These Israelites believe in Jesus as their Messiah. Now, in the Gentile category, when a Gentile comes to faith, they are equally a part of the church with the believing Israelites. So in Christ, whether you're an Israelite or whether you're a Gentile, you are completely equal. And that reality is...
What if you're an Israelite who doesn't believe in Christianity, aka the ones that live in Israel? Israel is a Jewish country. What if they're Jewish? What happens to the non-believing Israelites?
Is more fully explained in the book of Ephesians. But as a whole, the Israelites rejected Jesus as their Messiah. However, Paul assures us that God did not reject his people. Now, this is where it gets kind of complex. Romans chapter 11 actually describes that Israel, aside from the remnant, was actually hardened so that Gentiles could come into the faith family. So right now, until this day, the majority of Israelites are in a hardened state and they don't recognize Jesus as their Messiah. However, the good news is this will not always be the case. In the future, Israel will acknowledge Jesus as their Messiah.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering which flavor of this would be. So she's essentially saying that when the rapture comes, the Israelites in Israel will all convert from Judaism to Christianity because they're like God's chosen people. Yeah, there are a couple of versions of this she could go with. In truth, I think most evangelicals think that Jews are, well, going to hell. She seems to believe that they'll just all magically convert to Christianity as soon as the rapture hits, this is kind of like the Christian evangelical doomsday cult version of believing that sickly old pets get sent up to a farm upstate, you know? Well, what happens to all the Israelites when the rapture comes? All of God's chosen people. They all become Christian at the last second, you know? Don't worry about it, Keffels.
It says, I do not want you to be ignorant of this mystery, brothers and sisters, so that you may not be conceited. Israel has experienced a hardening in part until the full number of the Gentiles has come in, and in this way all Israel will be saved. As it is written, the deliverer will come from Zion. He will turn godlessness away from Jacob, and this is my covenant with them when I take away their sins. Verse 28 says, as far as the gospel is concerned, they are enemies for your sake, but as far as election is concerned, they are loved on account of the patriarchs. For God's gift and his call are irrevocable. Let's hop up to verse 11. It says, again, I asked, did they stumble so as to fall beyond recovery?
Hardened state in terms of Christianity means that God is making them sin. God hardened Pharaoh's heart in Exodus so he wouldn't release the Jews, just so God had an excuse to do genocide. So he's basically saying that she's basically saying that Jews are being magically mind-controlled by God to be Jews so they can fulfill the evangelical doomsday prophecy. But like he'll release the mind control at the last second so they can become Christians. That's literally what she's saying. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Not at all. Rather, because of their transgression, salvation has come to the Gentiles to make Israel envious. But if their transgression means riches for the world and their loss means riches for the Gentiles, how much greater riches will their full inclusion
What?
Again, I asked, did they stumble so as to fall beyond recovery? Not at all. Rather, because of their transgression, salvation has come to the Gentiles to make Israel envious. But if their transgression means riches for the world and their loss means riches for the Gentiles, how much greater riches will their full include?
Hold on.
To make Israel envious. But if their transgression means riches for the world and their loss means riches for the Gentiles, how much greater riches will their full include?
If their transgression means riches for the world, the Israelites choosing to remain Jews means riches for the world, and their loss I'm not following. Me either, but can we just assume this last bit right here is Hitler particles? It's not as though evangelical Christianity isn't deeply anti-Semitic. It obviously is. We'll just assume this bit at the end here is Hitler particles, okay? Blittler? Nah, this isn't a Blittler situation. Her politics do not seem to be, like, in any way, shape, or form like a Hebrew Israelite at all. They're just standard, like, dumb fuck American evangelical. It's just regular Hitler. She just happens to not be white. It's incidental in this case. Okay. Well, all right. That took a while, but you know, we learned, we lived, we laughed, and we loved. We have to move a lot faster. So a lot of stuff has been happening, you know? Recently in Missouri, there was a passed through the AG a total ban on transgender healthcare. Very normal. They were definitely being honest when they said it was just about protecting kids the whole time. Florida recently, if I understand correctly, extended the Don't Say Gay bill, which I was told was, oh, why does a third grader need to hear mentions of homosexuality or heterosexuality? Anyway, it's been extended to 12th grade. So you're really telling me an 18-year-old high school senior is ready to hear about the concept of a guy liking another guy? Come on, get real. Protesting efforts have been very active in Florida. While they were deliberating, I think it was while they were deliberating the extension of the Don't Say Gay bill, a bunch of underwear got dropped on them from the high-rise seats, written on it stuff like "Don't be transphobic," you know, classic bits like that. Let me see if I can find here. Florida trans underwear. I don't want to see binders or unusually roomy panties. I want to see. Yeah, there it is. Now, sources don't say whether these underwear were soiled beforehand or not. I like to believe they were. Maybe they weren't. I can't say. Stuff like this, you know. And after the... Oh, I should probably get rid of this. After the kerfuffle, as it's known, the Florida Legislature did an epic maneuver of kidnapping people. Here. So the Florida Legislature kidnapped a bunch of non-binary and trans kids today. They refused to let them out and then refused to let the parents in to see them. We are officially there, folks. So the term kidnapping, I think, is a bit deliberately hyperbolic here, but let's examine what actually took place, okay? Go.
Is like 12, and the youngest one 12. The parents are here. They're withholding them from the parents illegally. So where we are right now is actually the gallery of the House of Representatives in the Florida State Capitol. So if you go in through these doors, it's actually the gallery where we're allowed to be as citizens and constituents. Kidnappers! 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 Parents are here. There's one of them. Parents are here. There's another guardian. There you go. I believe the youngest one is like August 112.
If you are in a red state, if you are in any state that is implementing these kind of laws, you need to stop taking your trans children to any kind of state house.
Basically, what happened is the bodyguards at the legislature closed the door on a bunch of the activists in one of the rooms and held them there, and prevented parents from going in to see the kids that were detained. Now, as I understand, them being held there was not them being detained. I don't think they were investigated or arrested afterwards, but in the absence of like a police order to detain for like a specific purpose of investigation, it seems like all they were doing there was trying to intimidate them, preventing parents from getting in, like a kind of false imprisonment deal. Now, I don't like to use these terms because legally, I don't think any like false imprisonment like claim is going to get made. I don't think if a lawyer was to be sat here and you were asking the lawyer, well, was this illegal? Can justice be brought? I don't think they would say it was. The state has a lot of leeway on issues like this. What I'm more interested in is the broader tactic. Just like it's a sheer intimidation tactic of these guys, and think on whose orders these guys are operating, right? Think on what's being done here. A bunch of Florida legislatures have underpants dropped in them or whatever, and their response is, slam the doors shut, like hold them in. Whether or not that is an explicitly lawful order, the real question is, in a state like Florida, with people like DeSantis, who have frequently used the police to harass protesters, to unrest on false grounds, people opposing his regime who've gone after whistleblowers. The implicit threat of this, we'll call it false imprisonment, is really like, don't fuck with us. Any protest you do, it could be your last. That's the message that's being made here, If you want a point of comparison, by the way, the protests that were held in Nashville at the Tennessee State Legislature, they ousted the two boys from the state legislature, but the actual protesters themselves engaged with the police in a fairly ordinary. Yeah, it was the Justins. I was gonna say either the Justins or the Jones, and I forgot which one of them it was, but it's the Justins. That's right, it's Jones and Pearson. Yeah. The two J's. The engagement with the protesters from a policing perspective was far more ordinary than that. If you can imagine, like, every time protests are held when your legislatures are debating whether or not they should take away your civil rights, there's this nebulous, like, they could just close the door on us, like they could just cut us off. Keeping kids away from parents. Is a legal charge being brought against them? Well, who cares? It's the state. What's more, it's Ron DeSantis' state. And, the state is an innately authoritarian institution, but under DeSantis, I think it's pretty clear how much you can get away with just running a state, how much the federalization of our government allows authoritarians with state power to, turn it into their own private, what was the country called? Hitlerville. That's right. I was incorrect, by the way. They were not throwing underwear down because of the extension of the Don't Say Gay bill. They were throwing the underwear down to protest SB 254, which, because Florida is currently engaged in like 17 anti-trans bills they're debating at any given point in time. SB 254, punishing parents for providing gender-affirming care to their kids. Nice. Okay, so that's what this one is. It wasn't the one horrific authoritarian anti-trans bill. It was the other, or one of the other, horrific authoritarian anti-trans bills. Punishing the parents for providing gender. Right, of course. I'm pretty sure that Florida is currently considering being the second state to just flat out ban trans healthcare, period. Along with Missouri. So we'll see how that goes. Can we take Florida and just push it into the ocean? I'm sure people have tried. But as of the moment, it has not been an effective strategy. It turns out that Florida is actually quite big. I know, it's really bad news. Dimpool, you posted that like 20 times, my friend. Shh, 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 shh. It's okay. 1 hour. Be free. 1 hour. It's bad news. I do want to remind you guys, though, that in spite of everything, I'm still feeling optimistic about the state of the anti-trans kerfuffle in this country, because I still believe the Republicans are overextending. I do not think stuff like this looks good for them, and it'll be more and more difficult for them to maintain any kind of optical lead when they are abandoning this pretense of, oh, we just care about bathrooms, healthcare, and children, and are more openly adopting this like, yeah, no, we're just banning you altogether completely. We're doing an unprecedented intervention into accessible medical care. What we're actually seeing right now is essentially the modern day version of Ronald Reagan's administration preventing the CDC from studying AIDS. Ronald Reagan did this because he wanted gay people to die of AIDS. He wanted them to suffer and die en masse. He wanted to commit a genocide against them. I fully believe it's a genocide, by the way, deliberately withholding medical care and research into medical care from an entire demographic of people when they are wasting from a disease that will kill them is, as far as I'm concerned, a genocide. I don't even think that's like a hard call, personally. And what we're seeing is kind of the modern version of it. An intervention into ordinary medical processes, regular research, study, and practice, with the intention of destroying the lives of a minority group. Oh, and by the way, there have been Republicans who want to get rid of PrEP. Not a full topic on the table, by the way, because PrEP is still something that, you know, not everyone knows about. Everyone knows about birth control and condoms. Not everyone knows about PrEP. They would get rid of it if they could. And they will. They will try to. They want to. PrEP is a drug you can take that makes it virtually impossible to both transmit HIV and also it lessens the symptoms if you already have it. It's expensive, but with, as I understand it, with PrEP, if you have HIV and you take PrEP, you basically can't give other people HIV. Your viral load is so small that you have about as much of a likelihood of getting AIDS from a person with HIV on PrEP as you do from someone who doesn't have HIV. It's very effective. It saved many lives. It's a very good drug. Expensive, but, you know, American healthcare. Yeah, lawyer's disclaimer. I'm not saying you literally can't spread HIV if you're on PrEP. But seriously, take a look at the statistics online in terms of how effective it is. It is a ludicrously effective drug. It is genuinely, insanely, unbelievably good. Oh, it's PEP if you have HIV. PrEP is for before. Oh, right, because PrEP, like prepare, you know? So like PrEP, like preventative. Yeah, okay, it's cute. So PEP if you have HIV. Google it. I'm not a doctor. Yeah, Google it. It's effective, okay? If you're on PrEP and you don't have it, like you're very likely to not get HIV. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So right, they want you dead, but they do look psychotic. Good. Notice the person posting this TikTok is a resist lib talking about transgenocide. This is now a mainstream position. Yeah, guys, take some heart, okay? The idea that the Republicans have a genocidal mindset towards trans people has, in the space of a few years, gone from something that only whacked out lunatics like me believe in to a mainstream perspective. Legitimately, it is not a hyperbolic or conspiratorial position in many liberal circles to say, I think the Republicans want us dead. You know, that's good. Public support is good. I'm giving you reasons why the end isn't coming, Cheshire. I'd like to believe that, Raiders. I'd like to believe that my early advocacy helped sway some critical people in critical times, but, you know, I can't know that for sure. Obviously, whether or not it did, I'm very happy to have taken the correct position to begin with. It was easy. I'm always correct. Funny news with Mr. Funny Man Matt Walsh, theocratic fascist, best-selling children's author, and apparently he's words that, for some reason, cancel culture probably, I get in trouble if I say on my stream. He got hacked. His Twitter account got hacked the other day, and he was tweeting funny things. Nothing much really came of it. It seems like it was just a back-end security flaw, or possibly somebody who had some access to his phone number doing something fudgy in the background. It's really hard to say. However, some interesting stuff has come about from it. First of all, this is co-CEO of Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring. You may be aware Matt Walsh had his Twitter account hacked last night. What you may not know is that the attack went well beyond Twitter. The hackers managed to gain access to, well, everything including 20 years of Matt's emails. Again, nothing came of this. I'm sorry, I know. You drama hounds, but sorry. At the very least, we don't know that anything came of it outside of a couple of comedy tweets. What scandalous information will the hackers find in Matt's email? I do not know. I'm sure I said things in my 20s that I wouldn't feel too great having aired publicly. What will Daily Wire's response be to things 20-year-old Matt may have said? #lol. I do think it's funny that essentially Matt Walsh's boss immediately raced for preempted damage control with the, okay, there might be some bad stuff there, but we're ready for it. You know, because it seems like nothing's coming of it, but it is like in Jeremy's mind, it's like, oh shit, there's some pedo shit in there, isn't there? Fuck, you know, or whatever else. Probably like extremely racist shit, I would imagine. So it goes on for a bit, but then there's this tweet right here, okay? First, Matt Walsh was, what's this? Demonetized on YouTube for violating some opaque, arbitrarily applied standard or another relating to speaking the biological truth about Dylan Mulvaney. That's just a point in the YouTube TOS. It says you have to not speak the biological truth about Dylan Mulvaney. That's just it's right there. Anyone could read it. This thread goes on for a while, and it's really boring. It's basically just like the standard. We're the victims, even though we have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on fighting a culture war and are backed by billionaires on every level, and we work directly with politicians. We're the victims. Blah blah. It's like seriously. It's actually seriously really boring. But it has led to something substantial. Matt Walsh. As I announced during my speech tonight, because the hack on his Twitter happened while he was speaking at a college campus, so I guess he would have found out like right as he was done. Maybe somebody did like the George Bush 9/11 whisper to him. I don't know. YouTube has demonetized my show and threatened to ban us if we don't respect the pronouns of trans people. So this is almost certainly a lie. If not respecting the pronouns of trans people was a demonetizable and bannable offense on YouTube, every single conservative channel would be gone. All of them. So obviously that's not the thing that he's being hit with. It's probably the overt, insane, like disgusting, openly genocidal and violent rhetoric towards trans people. The idea that it's just pronouns is obviously a lie. Where it actually is, I don't know. Does YouTube enforce their standards consistently? No. If they did, there wouldn't be conservatives on the platform. I'd rather take my show off YouTube than cooperate with that nonsense. So I am. Starting Monday, you can find my show free for everyone on Daily Wire. We'll post it here to Twitter too, and on every other platform where you get your podcasts. I'm not going to forfeit my integrity for the sake of YouTube ad revenue, but I'm also not going to go off to the hinterlands somewhere and languish in obscurity. We're going to make the show bigger and more accessible on even more platforms. That's how we're responding. So, I have a couple of thoughts on this. For one, I don't actually think that most of Matt Walsh's influence and power comes from YouTube. It's not 2017 anymore, right? The culture war, like Daily Wire engagement, is not coming from viral YouTube clips. It comes from kind of like a plurality of sources. A lot of it is from Twitter, honestly. which he obviously is not getting banned from, and never will, because Elon Musk is the owner. So yeah, a lot of stuff gets clipped on Twitter. I don't actually think his absence from YouTube, assuming he follows through in it, will affect him that much. Somebody pointed out that Steven Crowder, the leaked contract that he batted about with the Daily Wire, included a clause that if he got demonetized from YouTube, he would experience like a significant reduction in pay. I doubt that's really the case for Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh is like broadly loud, whereas as I understand it, Steven Crowder is primarily on YouTube, right? I think Steven Crowder is like a YouTube guy. I don't see Steven Crowder on YouTube clips, on TikTok, even on Twitter. He's really not that influential. Matt Walsh, yeah, he's more entrenched. He's more broadly available. So will his absence from YouTube affect things much? I don't think it will at all, actually. Not even a little. However, I've talked so much about over-consolidation from the right. And one point, is that even if it won't affect much for people like us, Matt Walsh not being on YouTube might mean, hey, some people who would otherwise sink into the far right don't. And that's nice. It can still have a marginal positive effect. I certainly don't think it'll have a negative effect. I don't think this is a loss for us. I just think it's an insignificant gain. Additionally, I hope it signals how do I put this? The persistent, arrogant belief that a lot of right-wingers have that they don't need mainstream media to thrive. You've seen this a couple of times before. This like, oh yeah, go deplatform us. It'll make us stronger, which is cope and it's reverse psychology. But I hope maybe like a disregard for the influence of YouTube could cause left sources on YouTube to grow even stronger. And as I understand it, the left, and by the left I don't mean BreadTube, which is dead. I mean like not the far right, liberal and left of that. I think they're like quite prominent on YouTube. TikTok seems to be more of a battleground. Obviously other sources. He's going to Rumble, and Rumble is a shithole, of course. But you understand what I'm talking about here, right? You understand where I'm coming from? Yeah. It's one less platform for his bite. Hopefully that makes a positive difference for a few people. Somebody gave me a paste bin of the deleted tweets from the time that Matt Walsh was hacked. I'll try to find the most important one, which is the one that had the N-word in it. Oh, this one's important too. The one where he said, I ain't a gangsta. I'm a sassy shooter. So he that one is also important, I think, for the record. Here we go. I can't say this one out loud. Sorry, guys. In a better world. Laverne Spicer's response. Are they on top? Laverne Spicer, who's the black woman who's very dumb and a conservative congressional candidate, basically said like, haha, me too, in response to this, which was very funny. Laverne here. Did she not delete those tweets? Oh no, and he screenshotted. Oh yeah. So in response to the I ain't a gangsta, I'm a sassy shooter, we have the classic, what up, thug? What up, gangsta? I think that's how black people talk. I think I'm nailing AAVE right now. Very funny. What the fuck, this was yesterday? Yes, this was yesterday. Why did she play along Lamau? I have several theories. That N-word still feels racist. Oh, Laverne Spicer does not have the N-word pass. I'm taking it from her. I'm doing the Biden, the you ain't black. Cut the segment. What is this? Print friendly. What is this? What is this website? Oh, is this like a pastebin except for articles or something? The evidence to support medicalized gender transitions in adolescence is worryingly weak. I don't think I've gone over this specific article, but I think we've gone over the subject quite a few times before. Like, there are literally dozens of articles on the effects of hormone therapy on adults and on young people, and every time a new study comes out that in any way tries to find out more about the effect it has in young people, the results are positive. And then conservatives and, quote unquote centrists step in and they're like, yeah, well, like, actually, here's one problem with this study. And like, it's happened so many times now, like it's happened so many times. They always say this, and oftentimes they'll just openly ignore studies. This article literally has a title line called Gender Agenda. That's true, Lilith. All right. Anyway, it's horseshit. If conservatives are so concerned with medically debunking the viability of hormone therapy on adolescents, why don't they fund and produce any study that shows it's not effective? If we're going by like evidence-based arguments here, following the evidence is the pro-trans position at the moment. Maybe change the available evidence? Peterson posted this recently. It's always something. These losers, these haters, they just don't want you to be a gigapassoid when you're 23. That's what they want. Results of long-term adult transgender populations failed to demonstrate convincing improvements in mental health. And some adult transgender populations? What? We have an enormous amount of evidence suggesting that trans-affirming therapy is beneficial for adult trans people. See, this is what I mean. This is how you know they're bullshitting. They overstep and they're like, well, actually, the evidence doesn't show anything. It's like, well, no, obviously, yeah. Just make it up, yeah. Like, they could try to say something like, okay, we know that it works for adults. That would be a good way of selling the argument, but they can't do it because they want you dead. The most effective way they could sell the argument would be going, the evidence indicates that transgender healthcare has enormously positive effects on adults. But, but they can't do that because they don't even want to acknowledge that. They don't even want to cede that ground. They have to pretend like that there's like this small body of largely neutral or agnostic or unavailable information, and there's nothing past that. Yeah, they can't make these concessions. I don't think I want to read and respond to an entire academic medical article right now, though. Maybe we can do it in the future. All right. Pedocon theory validated. Do we want to do pedocon theory? Looks like the Russians published extremely real intercepted radio comms of NATO troops that are definitely in Ukraine. Oh yeah, I saw this, dude. You remember, the Russian strategy for political disinfo is lie about everything all the time, no matter how obviously fake it is, okay? Here, these are secret NATO radio communications.
Coordinates. They can't fucking determine it toward us. Guys are fucking dying. Have been showing us for several hours. Guys are dying. We can't evacuate them. It's just fuck up. We don't even shoot back. Tell me coordinates. Write down. 47.361.
The reason why there are Russian subtitles is because this was presented to Russians as decoded NATO communications.
1861334 points. 7637248. I repeat, it's not them. Who the hell knows? Let's check. Ukrainians can't fucking do anything. They would have died long ago without us. Damn those bastards! I killed them!
Holy shit. We're literally living an Onion article reality. We are, day by day. You can't even satirize this shit. Bro, I can't even understand what I can understand like half of what they're saying. Those are some incredibly thick accents. They should have provided additional like English subtitles for... Oh my god. Oh, thanks, Bobato, you knew. Oh, fuck, Vontex, that's right. We have to talk about that next stream. It's a huge deal, but also, like, I can't... I have to moderate my stream time. Apparently, Ghazi Kodso was a Russian psyop. Wait, Ghazi Kodso fled to Russia? Oh my god. Well, that does make sense. Wasn't he buddies with Caleb Maupin? Uhuru. Wait, he didn't flee to Russia. U.S. citizen residing in St. Petersburg, Florida. I only read that far. What the fuck? In Atlanta, who served in a... Guys! I just read the St. Petersburg part. I was looking at chat. We're not in a segment right now. I was just skim reading. Come on. They were funded by Russia? Where? Allegedly engaged in a years-long foreign malign influence targeting campaign. As part of the campaign, Ionov allegedly recruited members of political groups in the U.S. Oh, then why is this fucking the highlight? Okay, all right, there we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Allegedly recruited members of political groups in the U.S., included the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement, collected the APSP, the Black Power. Nice. And they were very successful in moving people over to being pro-Russian. So yeah, he was a Russian asset. He didn't flee there. God damn it. I skim. Okay. Look, I know we've gone over a lot of negative stuff lately, and I wanted to clear the air a little bit with something that I found really funny. This went like mega viral on social media, like mega viral, Twitter, TikTok, like all over the place. And I thought we could inspire ourselves with a heartwarming story of the least insane / pedophilic right-winger. That's it. We found him. It turns out he was somewhere in a supermarket, and we caught video of this rare sighting. So basically... I fucking knew. Oh, you've seen this video before, but that doesn't mean it's not funny to watch again. So, he's... what is he throwing? He's throwing, like, Coors... It's not Bud Light! He's doing this because Dylan Mulvaney got paid for an Instagram ad or something. Oh, it's Busch Light. Okay, so this guy in a delirious haze, drunken, possibly off of Bud Light, who even knows, he came over here and he found another beer. A different beer, Busch Light.
Bruh.
And he took to the streets to defend America.
Oh, shit. Gee, what the fuck? Oh, that's why he's destroying.
You sure he isn't just crazy? No, as we've established, he's the least crazy Republican.
Why destroy the Busch Light, dude? Why?
Maybe he's pro Mulvaney? Because, oh yeah, he's like, I support Mulvaney so much that I'm going to destroy non-Bud Light beers to remove the competition. I'm the greatest soldier of transgenderism, going down to the supermarket to make sure American consumers don't even have a choice Yeah, the Busch and Bud Light are the same company. But to be fair, the boycott is against Bud Light, not everything that the Anheuser-Buschhauser Corporation makes. Because if we follow that logic of if conservatives attempted to follow that logic on this ridiculous, petty, stupid, ineffective boycott, like how far do you think that would go? Speaking of, what's Anheuser's the stock price right now? Stock, I think Bud is their thing. Guys, it's Jover. It's Jover. I'm just kidding. It's exactly back to where it was at the highest point. The dip lasted about 1 week, and it is now back at the highest point that it has been in a year, possibly more than a year. Okay, we're at the highest point we've been at since February of last year. So when you're looking at this big 5-year graph right here, you know, when you're looking at it, conservatives are, there we go. Let's get it really. Okay, just skip over all this crap. Okay. Conservatives can claim responsibility for, okay, this right here. Do you see where it goes down for a sec and then it goes back up to where it was? There we go. This is behold, the overwhelming cultural capital of American conservatism. Watch as they do the same thing the left did with fucking Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, you love to see it. Hey, aren't they mad? They don't have me around for advice, huh? I warned the left. I didn't warn the right because I like it when they fail. And they did the same thing. It's the same thing, guys! Boycotts don't work! They never work! Except with very specific, very regionally targeted stuff, like the bus boycotts of the civil rights movement. But that's like an immediate, physical, local, tangible thing, not the entirety of the Bud Light Corporation. So there you go. Anyway, our warrior over here, our transgender soldier, doing his best to promote the stock of Anheuser-Busch, probably not knowing that it's the same company as Bud Light, by throwing all the Busch Lights onto the ground. Busch Lights.
Get his ass!
Salute!
Woo! Good job!
A warrior.
Got quite the crowd.
What is the accent of the person filming? Is that Canadian? Ooh, quite the crowd, eh? Wisconsin? That's like Canada.
He's in debt for life. You can't really see it that well.
Recommended videos. Automatic umbrella. Spanish. Home skipping rope to reduce belly fat. Nice. Portuguese. Do you seriously think any God-fearing, nation-loving American gives a single shit about the difference between Spanish and Portuguese? Do you think any of us care? Come on. Come on. Portuguese is just French Spanish. True! Anyway. So, the greatest soldier of transgenderism. Now it's time for us to drop that bit, because here's the part where I call him a pedophile. Online jail records show he was booked into the Shawnee County Department of Corrections on Tuesday, bond listed $5,000, on charges including felony criminal damage to property, battery assault, and exposing sex organs to another 16 years or older. So, yeah. Oh, want to see how he looks in the mugshot, by the way? Yeah, look at that. Incredible. How, like, okay, you tell me, all right? Look at this and tell me that you don't have any sympathy for 19th century eugenicists. I mean the non-racial ones, just the people who walked to work and saw guys like this looking back at them and were thinking, is there nothing we can do? Is there not something we can do? Like clenching their fist and a tear runs down their face at the sheer injustice of it all. Yeah. It's pretty wild. You know, it's pretty wild. I don't know why you wouldn't close your mouth for the mugshot. He's probably not all there. But hey, Like I said, it's the greatest of the conservatives. We have I can't. I'm sorry. There is a broader political message here, by the way, and it is the fact that this clip went mega viral, and I've been seeing more of it lately too. I've been seeing so much. Okay, this sounds like a really trite way of like assessing popularity, and I acknowledge that. But when I see like big viral tweets from the right, or like whatever, Matt Walsh tweets something, it has 30, 40,000 likes. That's a lot, sure. But I feel like every day I see multi-hundred-thousand like tweets that are just very casually pro-trans or anti-conservative or anti-racist. And this is after Elon Musk took over Twitter and unbanned all the neo-Nazis. I genuinely feel like, you know, we're seeing kind of a snapping point here. I really genuinely believe that your average person, your average boomer, your average griller is going to just take stock of what's going on around them, and is going to okay, look, you're in Topeka, Wisconsin. Is it Kansas? What state is this in again? Kansas. Okay, you're in Kansas, all right? You're drinking a tall, cool can of what? It says Kansas right here. Of Bud Light. Okay? And you watch this. You're watching the TV and this comes up. You're on your boomer chair.
A Topeka man is behind bars tonight. He allegedly exposed himself to a teen at the Walmart right there on your screen. Topeka police said about 9 o'clock last night, officers responded out to reports of a disturbance there at the store on
That ain't right.
Wanamaker Road. When officials arrived, they said they found Dustin Kane of Topeka had been throwing things at people there in the store. And officials said they also learned that at some point he exposed himself to a teenager. TPD.
Glad that didn't get caught in the TikTok, I guess.
Officials said they did use force to arrest Kane, but a taser was not deployed. He was booked into the Shawnee County Department of Corrections on several charges.
Literal NPC name. Literal, your DM is trying to quickly construct somebody and like Google's like names, and it's just the top one is Dustin Kane.
Including lewd and lascivious behavior, exposing sex organs to another person 16 or older, and criminal property damage. He remains behind bars. So.
I was kind of hoping that this video would mention the Bud Light, like culture war stuff. That did get mentioned elsewhere, by the way. Not just here. But you know, I just it's a war for the median voter, and this doesn't look good. Oh yeah, speaking of pedocon theory, which, as is the case, as seen in their deleted but also most correct tweet ever, said by the Gravel Institute, pedocon theory is a theory the way that gravity is a theory. You know, it's pedocon theory is a theory in the sense that we have bodies of literature describing it, not in that we don't think it exists. Yeah, more predictive power than Newtonian physics. Speaking of that, Stop the Steal organizer apologizes after being accused of asking teen boys for dick pics. This guy was a high roller, by the way. There are pictures of this guy with, I think, with President Trump. Yeah. Ally of former President Donald Trump and Nick Fuentes, of course. Which is a shame because he's got like a pedo, not a pedo, sorry. He doesn't have the pedo mustache, which I imagine is being sort of wispy and ethereal. He has that like pencil mustache, which I think should see a comeback. He has 3 times your jaw. Excuse me? You don't know what my jaw looks like. Though I will confess, I probably don't have a chin quite this pronounced. You know, I'll admit that much. Shave it then? Maybe one day. We're on the 210 race. What is it, lads? Who was here for OKBV? 210 to June. June 210, yeah. Anyway, a key figure in the pro-Trump Stop the Steal campaign has apologized after being accused of asking teenage boys for sexual pictures. What do you want to bet, by the way, that he wouldn't have apologized if it was if it was teenage girls, you know? Who was the guy who said when it was found out he was attending orgies with underage girls, he was like, at least it's not boys. Wasn't that Italy? He was an Italian president. This was like a couple decades ago, wasn't it? Does anyone who I know I'm referring to a real Berlusconi? Is it Berlusconi? Gotcha. Yeah, that guy. This is too gay. Alexander said in a statement issued Friday night that addressed the allegations in broad terms. So there you go. Okay. I don't know. Everything that I just said, I said before reading this line. Alexander, who had described himself as bisexual in the past, added that he was, quote, battling with same-sex attraction. Right. More than that, too, it seems. I mean, this guy was a big deal. He was questioned by the January 6th committee. I apologize for any inappropriate messages I've sent over the years, Alexander wrote, adding later, when I've flirted or others have flirted with me, I've flexed my credentials, question mark, or dropped corny pickup lines. Other times I've been careless and should have qualified those coming up to me's identities during flirtatious banter at the start. Question mark? My man has an army of Discord kittens. Rumors about Alexander's alleged sexual behavior towards young men have circulated in conservative online circles since at least 2015? 8 years ago? He doesn't even look that old. That's like a significant portion of his adult life. Okay. I'm telling you, they only care because it's younger men. He was exposed by Milo in an attempt to discredit Nick Fuentes. Milo discredits everyone. But they reached a new level late last month after Milo Yiannopoulos, the controversial British provocateur and one-time Alexander ally, turned on Alexander after Alexander and Fuentes pushed him out of a potentially lucrative position in West's nascent presidential campaign. Get owned. Milo has spent his entire career post admitting that he's okay with raping children, being like bounced around and used by conservative movements for exactly as long as is efficacious before immediately turning around and backstabbing them. He's a sassy bitch. He really is. Truly is. Yeah, catty gays stay undefeated. Sassy shooter. He is. Inside of Fuentes, no doubt. Yiannopoulos, whose own career as a far-right pundit, imploded in 2017 after remarks he had made on my boys, the drunken peasants. He had made downplaying the seriousness of pedophilia surface, claiming he has more damaging videos to release about Alexander and Fuentes. Yiannopoulos claims he's releasing... Alexander and Yiannopoulos are like fighting over underage boys. Claims he's releasing the video against Alexander because Alexander dropped Yiannopoulos' name to entice young men. What? Oh my god! I hadn't read that part of the sentence when I made the joke that they were fighting over young boys. I swear to God, dude. And in the next sentence, I will learn that I had an unknown great uncle with great wealth who passed away recently. What the fuck? One screenshot purports to show Alexander dangling the prospect of a meeting with Yiannopoulos to a teenage boy. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? This is like fucking fractal grooming. This is beyond regular. This is like a fucking... Holy shit. Oh my god. The Giga Groomers. Oh my god. Advanced pedocon theory. Imagine your life that meeting Milo is something you aspire for. Yeah, like, what's probably happening here. Okay, Nick Fuentes' fans are all 13 and closeted gay or trans. I'll not qualify this, but I am correct. Now, as neo-Nazi, closeted gay 13-year-olds, this is like primo grooming material for people like Alexander and Yiannopoulos. But Yiannopoulos has a fancier last name than Alexander, which the gays are into. So it's possible that Alexander was kind of like dangling Yiannopoulos like a shiny keychain in what researchers might refer to as kind of a grooming ladder, a kind of a pedophile platform, I can't. I Originally from Dallas, Alexander pleaded guilty to felony property theft in 2007 and felony credit card abuse in 2008. Okay. All right. Well, Duncan was in 2017, Aiden Duncan. Okay. A 15-year-old boy in Colorado interested in right-wing politics sent Alexander nude pictures after the MAGA activist asked him for them, according to a... Well, that's straightforward. According to an account Duncan gave in a March 2023 podcast appearance. While Duncan was just a high school sophomore, Alexander was a 32-year-old with a decade of political work for the Republican Party. A decade of forging his pedophilia in the fires of the GOP. You'll have me sharing my entire network with you, Alexander told Duncan, according to Snapchat screenshots reviewed by the Daily Beast. Okay, I don't think being gay is degenerate, but they do. And the idea of this being like an underground network of gay pedophilia where you're trying to bait young neo-Nazis by saying like yeah, dude, it's a long ladder to the top and it starts with being groomed by me. Genuinely fucking insane. Holy shit, it's actually fucking again, pedocon theory is a theory the way gravity is a theory. Oh, so this is why Fuentes accused Milo of rape. Fuentes accused Milo of attempted rape like 1 week ago. Literally, on Telegram, he was like, I had to beat him off with a stick. Yeah, just a couple days ago. This is also pedocon theory? What? Florida GOP donor DeSantis ally under investigation weeks before death, authorities say. What? But why? What was the reason? The authorities were examining allegations of sexual misconduct. Uh-huh. But is this... How'd he die? I don't know. The girl's father would not take his bribe to stay quiet. Oh, shit. Seriously? Was that what it was? Oh, he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That's unsubtle. That sounds about right, Gincherash. Oh, here we go. Sturman, because again, this is about pedocon theory. Sturman was being investigated over allegations he attempted to coerce an underage girl to show him a photo of her breast by offering her Taylor Swift tickets. Jesus. According to a report, the girl then arrived at Sturman's office to return the tickets. Sturman allegedly demanded that showed him her breasts in person and refused to allow her to leave until she did so. The teenage girl was eventually allowed to leave, and she told her father about the incident. Sturman then allegedly offered to pay a 5-figure payment to keep the incident a secret, which the father refused. Sturman was found dead a few days later. Wow, that's pretty fucking open and shut. I just think it's worth pointing out that I still have heard, like, basically nothing about, like, drag queens grooming or abusing children. And not a day goes by without me hearing about some Republican official being caught being pedophile, or some like fucking church minister or some shit, you know? All the time. Pedocon theory is a theory like gravity is a theory. Okay, and this guy's also a pedo. Gotcha. From Alexander, boundaries are cool, allowed to say no. However, the less you deprive me of, the less I deprive you of. Rolling with me, Alexander wrote, according to the message. Mostly, I'll have an entourage. Depends. Ha. I mean, oh God, is he one of those psychopaths who like types out like talks like this with like the short stops? Okay. I mean, it depends. If it's me babysitting you during the day, then no, I don't have kids. If it's something, why would you use this line when you're literally talking to a 15-year-old? Something more, and if it's something more entertaining, then maybe. All depends on what we're up to. No matter what, I'll let you meet Milo. There's probably 5 people introduced to him, but who will be my arm candy? The one with me always in VIP and in/out. Well, that is to be determined by the boy who plays his cards the most correct. Ally of Donald Trump, by the way. This guy wasn't some nobody. Least pedophilic Republican? No, the least pedophilic Republican was the guy who was throwing around the Busch Light cans. This guy is the second least pedophilic Republican. Yeah, this is the second. Like, we order them appropriately, you know. The guy who shot himself in the head in the car because the father of the underage girl he sexually harassed wouldn't accept his bribe is the third least pedophilic Republican, and it just goes down from there. Why can't they just fuck people who aren't underage? Because then they wouldn't be conservatives. The moment you touch 18-plus-year-old pussy, it's all over for you. The conservatism just evaporates from your brain. Or dick, you know. Because they're gay. Yes. In an appearance last month at a podcast hosted by white supremacist Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer still does stuff? Duncan claimed that Alexander wanted him to fly to Texas and, quote, be his intern. Again, he was 15. Assuring the teenager the boy could just lie to his parents and say he was going to a swim meet. But Alexander had grown frustrated by May 2019, claiming the still underage Duncan wouldn't send him, quote, good jack-off material, end quote, according to the screenshots. You don't even send me videos anymore, Alexander wrote, according to the message. No good jack-off material. Don't even want to be my side piece. Duncan, this is the groomed gay alt-right child, now 21, has since become a relatively high-profile member of Fuentes' America First movement. Oh, here's a story of another underage person, the 17-year-old conservative TikTok star. Alexander moved, quote, oddly quickly towards discussing sex with the teenager. Show me your eggplant emoji, Alexander wrote, according to the messages. What's that, Johnston said, a victim of grooming, trying to give the adult he's messaging a chance to back out of this. Oh my God, Dick, Alexander wrote back, not understanding the context of the conversation that he was having insistent on being a pedophile. Johnson said he refused and quickly blocked Alexander. A friend of Johnston's publicized the screenshot, which began circulating in conservative circles. Alexander took to a video live streaming app to defend himself. You can have any conversation you want with somebody who's 17, Alexander said. I guess that's a strategy that you can take to defend yourself. You could just cross your arms and be like, it's fine. Ironclad defense. Nick Fuentes personally asked me to apologize to Alexander for supposedly faking the messages. So Nick Fuentes was backing the pedophilia shit. And this is all being said on Richard Spencer. Okay. In exchange for disowning the eggplant exchange, according to Johnson, Fuentes and Alexander offered to get him a job in politics. Okay, so Nick Fuentes is openly working with pedophile Alexander to silence the grooming victims in exchange for political clout. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, incredibly, Richard Spencer legitimately has better optics than everyone involved in this. That's crazy. This isn't even the first time Fuentes' racist group has been dogged by accusations of inappropriate sexual behavior regarding children. In August, Fuentes' associate Alejandro Richard Velasquez Gomez, I remember this, was arrested and charged with possessing child pornography. Latino Zoomer, I remember. Man, it just keeps happening and 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 happening, and the pedocon theory and the pedocon theory and the pedocon theory and the pedocon theory. Non-stop. Non-stop. Here's more evidence of the pedocon theory. This tweet is from today. Oh yeah, of course. This feeds it. Like this is the like ideology under the pedocon theory.
She cried and begged for a little sister or a baby.
I don't even want to listen to it. Laura Streitman, Cincinnati Right to Life leader, on the 10-year-old girl who was raped and went to Indiana for abortion. While a pregnancy may have been difficult on a 10-year-old body, a woman's body is designed to carry life.
And while a pregnancy might have been difficult on a 10-year-old body.
Audio desynced. I like how she looks evil. I seriously, like, the more I do this, the more I think it's all black and white. They're evil, we're good. You look at them, how do you know they're evil? Their faces are evil. They look evil. They look like demons because they are demons. Like, it's very straightforward, you know? It does rot them, yeah.
A woman's body is
Look at this. Every
designed
it's not even like a single freeze frame.
to
Okay, I guess here she's blinking. She still looks horrifying.
carry horrible. I'm sorry.
Have things that are accurate on this record and that is simply untrue. It was reported. So let us not continue to spread disinformation time and time again about certain families' personal issues that they have dealt with in terms of a 10-year-old rape victim being raped and child sexual abuse. I take extreme offense to that on behalf of the family and the poor 10-year-old who is subjected in that way to being being raped at such a young, tender age.
Pedocon theory. All right, moving on. Oh, positivity. That's right. Guys. I have been seeing more and more high-profile acknowledgments of the pedocon phenomena. Again, median voter, okay? It really does not look good for the far right or for the right at all that shit like this keeps happening. It happens really openly. They can't hide it. They can't cover it because this is who they are. They're evil. They're demons. This is not good median voter material. Okay. It's just not, okay. We're going back to the average Kansas boomer. If you fed this Daily Beast article about pedocon, alt-right, America First, whatevers, to your average Kansas boomer sippy, they would melt and then they would vote Democrat. We have to move on. Okay, guys. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay? Genuinely, what even happened? It's media coordination. What it is. An effort to put some effort into this work. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish OKBV, but first I'm going to catch up with donos because we have a lot to read. I'm going to read over those briefly. For those who aren't caught up, a lot of the donos are probably going to mention Danil, who unfortunately has organ-hurting disease, by which I mean stage 4 kidney failure. We don't know how long Danil is going to live. We'll give him the best medical care that we can. It is obviously extremely sad. The main benefit, I guess, or not benefit really, but the main saving grace is that kidney failure is not necessarily a painful condition, and he is very happy at the moment. In spite of the diagnosis, he is happy and energetic and hungry, and he drinks water, he flops around, and he, chases sunbeams and such. And we'll try to give him that life for as long as is physically possible. Anyway. Bad Canary, thank you for the tier 1 sub. True. Be down, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Seabass up, thank you for the $5 and the kind words. Love busting that one out when I can. Antimatter Fervor and Vontux, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. We will talk about that Vontux for sure. Exilinov, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Yes, I agree. Turf's obsession with inspecting children's genitals is pretty fucking pedo-y to begin with. Oxpecker and Charlie Spur, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Azzy the Attic Cryptid, thank you for the $10. Yeah, exactly. That negative reinforcement shit just does not work that well. Charlie Spur and Lucas probably, thank you for the $5. Lucas says, been watching regularly on YouTube for 3 years, but just started catching the streams. I've learned so much from your content. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Happy to do what I do. We need an Angel Danil emote. I'll think about how I want to handle the emote thing. I don't know if I'd want Danil to have an angel emote, though, because then it would kind of be defined by his death, and he's not even dead yet. I mean, he's probably not going to live that long, but he might live like a year or so. And, if he's going to have an emote, I think it should be probably a bit more uplifting than that. Chucky and Charmenthal, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Jaden Lamau, thanks for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Arcturus, thank you for the $5. How do you think I should broach this topic with my mother? Which topic, Arcturus? I didn't see this immediately. Having disagreements with your family and friends over anything political is way more about knowing them as a friend or family member than it is about, like, knowing the best argument, if that makes any sense. Taco 2, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. I appreciate the offer, but probably not. It's a bit technical. Gilgabro, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I saw the Nintendo hacker bullshit. CD, thank you for the $2. Antimatter Fervor, thank you for the $5. We'll get around to it. BG101 with the incredibly kind $50. I really, really appreciate that. When I was in basic training guard, they used group punishments. The instructors would always say, if one of you fails, you all fail. It did not make me a better recruit. It only screwed with my head and made me have multiple mental breakdowns. Yeah, that's not good. I doubt the army is probably excellent and rigorous in their upkeep of the mental health of soldiers. All the evidence I have points to the opposite. I don't think that's very effective. I do think it is well known. However, like in management theory, that you praise publicly, you condemn privately. It's critical. Kaiju, thank you very much. And Charlie Spur, thank you for the 5. Jade Lamau, thanks for the tier 1 sub. TJQ, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. I used to be a bad kid in elementary, and one teacher reached out, gave me attention, and was an advocate to me. It was because of him that I turned fully around. Yeah! Squeaky wheels, right? You want positive attention being given to the people who are most in need of it. Gentlefish, thank you for the $10. I will. Horizon, thank you for the 20. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Gotcha, Somatic Discord. Thank you for the 5. Silver Cakes, thanks for the tier 2 sub. MPH97, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Murdoch Dracul, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Aww. Guys, from the beginning of the stream, Murdoch Dracul did a painting of of Danil. And his big butt hump. Oh, that's a different emoticon. Beautiful little gremlin. Just Valerie, thanks to the $8. I could be doing better. Arcturus, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Happy to provide some entertainment. Grab a Turkey, thanks to the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. You got Tyrael's Might and a Zod rune within 5 minutes of each other in Diablo 2? Holy shit. Oh my god, the luck. Thank you for the sub. But honestly, you're the better recipient here. I'm pretty sure the monetary value of those things is quite a bit greater. Trilo, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Morgan Must Die with the tier 1 sub says, I'm about to get ruthlessly pegged by my boyfriend as I type this. Have a nice stream. So there you go, guys. That would have been a couple hours ago, though. So, you know, it's in the past now. The Bread Boy, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate it. New pull request is her greatest enemy. Children, cop brain shit, or that forehead. So much space to be empty. Well, apparently that woman's greatest enemy is the devil, considering she's a lunatic evangelical. You know, that's the best I can think of. Beefless Stew, thank you for the 2. Armored Hawk, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Saber Miller, 97, thank you for the $2. Much love to you as well. Gonzo Duke, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Bethany Gabagool, thank you for the $17. I really appreciate that. Thank you for calling attention to pedocon theory. I know the guy who started it, and he is happy the news is getting out as well. Shoutouts to Reg Monkey on Twitter. Yeah, Reg Monkey is the he's like the genius philosopher who originally yeah. He's like an unsung hero for founding pedocon theory. He's like Darwin. Yeah, he's up there with Karl Marx in terms of political theory. He derived the formula. Yeah, he didn't create pedocon theory. He discovered it, okay? Bell Bell and Sackwood 420, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Noxamillion, I saw, don't worry. We'll go over it, but probably not right now. Smilani with the $5. My dog has liver failure and he is my baby, so I know how you feel. He was my best friend. Here's $5. Yeah. Yeah, I was just, you know, I didn't expect Danil to have a full life because we got him knowing that he's, you know, disabled. I didn't expect, this was the words of the veterinarian, he has the liver of, or kidney, sorry. He has the kidney of like a 17-year-old cat. As a 7-month-old cat. I mean, we'll see if anything can be done. We'll get him to a specialist, but, you know. Anyway, you know, I mean, the benefit of the thing with, you know, cats or dogs or whatever, since kidney failure doesn't necessarily hurt, he'll never know, right? I mean, he'll spend his entire life being stupid and comfy and well-fed, and it'll just keep going that way. You know, for as long as his life, like there's no, you know, no anxiety. Yeah, exactly, Vermin. Yeah, we'll see. Nissan Altima SEO1. We talked about pedocon theory, primarily. Charlotte21, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Gooning for Joe with the $5 will do, and don't worry, we do have a carbon monoxide detector. We're taken care of there. JC Hung, thank you very much for giving me the N-word pass, even though you're Chinese. That's very, very, very kind of you. I really appreciate that. And for the $10. That's true. Charlotte21, thank you for the $5. Wow, a lot of people sure did donate links, despite that having been an OK Buddy Vosh stream. That's wild. Raviolupe and Ladowdy, Real Pix P, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Likewise, Lumberjack Ant, so noted. Christopher Pinkleton, thank you for the $10. And Crocus Lily, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Charlotte21, a Bogey Fan 101, thank you for the $5. Probably not. Dick Thulu, thank you for the $10. Christopher Pinkleton, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Mindforge, thanks for the tier 2 sub. And Shada with the tier 1 sub. Vush that's true. Sorting Algorithms with the incredibly kind 20 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. We'll see the Jon Stewart video when we see it. It's not going anywhere, don't worry. Van Gogh, Beep Beep, and Tane, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Likewise, Sorting Algorithm. 3 Sticks yesterday donated an insane $500 without even a message being attached. So that's obviously incredibly, incredibly kind. Thank you very much. Demons for Dessert, thank you for the $25. More for the Daniil Fund. May not be 500, but it's something. I appreciate every donation that I get, guys. Hope the goblin feels better soon. Yeah. Sleepy Porg, thank you for the $25. Really appreciate that. No, I do want to see the Jon Stewart video. It has to be at an appropriate time. Here, now you've all got me thinking about him. Let me go to the adjacent room and say hi to Daniil. I'll be right back. I brought him so you could say hi. Woo! Wah! Okay, I'll put you back. Here, I got another idiot. What? 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 Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. She just fucking whipped my ear bandage. You know, in a bit of good cat news, she's actually never been this happy. She's been so energetic and active lately. The other night, I actually got woken up at like 5 a.m. because she had her claws out and she was scratching my shoulder because she was mad that I didn't have a warm blanket right next to me that she could sleep in. And I couldn't do anything about it because I'm not getting up to get a blanket at fucking 5 a.m. So I just turned around and laid on my side with my hand down like this. And her response was to climb onto my hand so that all four of her paws are on my hand, and she just sat there. This is like, for a cat of her size, this is like the equivalent of like a tiny bear trying to balance on all fours on like a like a ball, like a circus ball, you know? Yeah, she sneezed. Woo! Sneezy. Look at her big fucking fleshy body. So weird. Are normal cats that wrinkly under their hair? Hairless cats don't have the same skin as non-hairless cats. Ooh. Look, she bleps. See her tongue? She does little licks on her lips whenever she scratches the side of her face. Little mleps. Wait, can I get her to bite me? Hold on. She hates having her back feet tapped. Nope, she'll just leave. Well, I love you anyway. Oh, on my lap. And down. Very good. Okay. Yeah. All right. No, there are far wrinklier ones, Herman. She is a scrungly one, though. Okay, sorry about the delay, guys. Just a bit of cat positivity. It's okay, Dimpool. I love you too. We'll have to get to it another stream. We're a bit behind in our obligations. I meant to stream yesterday, but I was just so bummed about the news with Danil that I didn't. Still alive with the $5. Did you ever play any video games with Kanye and or Vermin? What games do you all play together? No, we've not all three played games together. Back when Vermin and I were together, we did play a couple of games, mostly just like playing them together as in I would play and they would watch, like Pathologic, for example. The only game we played together was Don't Starve Together. That's right, yeah. That's not true, Fortuna. Don't Starve Together, by the way, is a very stressful game. Did you starve? We fell to many problems. It's LPH, thanks to the 2 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Absolute flavorless. Zion, thank you for the $5. Hellscape Wanderer, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Yeah, I agree. Very similar. Dr. Reno, Sixerino, and Royal Rose, thank you for the $5 both. What caused Contra to change so much? Even her vocabulary, like using the word mansplain, has changed. Any speculation that I would make on Contra would come across as kind of bitter, considering the circumstances. I will always be a great champion of Contra's videos. Maybe not the most recent one for at least one reason. However, I do think that her passion for video making has waned. I mean, she produces far fewer of them. And, you know, it's not 2017 anymore. People change. All of my interpretations of her change could be, like, very negative. At the moment, I certainly feel negatively towards her. But, you know, I don't know. A lot goes into this stuff. I think one of the things that I'm happiest about is I feel like I've so a lot of people hate me. However, within the context of people who do like me, I feel like I've built a very strong legacy. Feels like the wrong term, but I feel like I'm proud of what I've done and I want to keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like I'm very happy. I'm so happy with what I've managed to accomplish. If anything, I just want to keep doing, I want to keep doing better, you know? I got a really nice DM earlier today. You'll have to apologize for me. I'm pulling from the subject a little bit. I'm just gonna read it. It doesn't reveal anything about another person. I've been watching your content more and it's very painful for me. You aren't at all the phantom I had constructed in my head, and I find you to be reasonable, funny, and genuine. It hurts that my worldview was so off that I could only see the version of you the right had crafted for me. I can't blame the right, though. I wanted to believe because that didn't challenge my narrative. I still can't call myself a socialist or a leftist because I can't bring myself to be prescriptive again, but descriptively you seem like you have a remarkably clear read in a lot of things that were once so foggy for me. Sorry for being a hater again. You're obviously the best and kindest CIA informant ever. Have a beautiful day. And I thought that was a really nice DM to receive. I thought that was quite nice. Oh. That's true, Vermin. Sorry, my fucking nose itched. Okay. Sigma Mayo, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Fellow guy, thank you for the $10. That's true. Anthony Villani and Dusty Data, thank you for the $5 both. Genuine question, have you seen a spike in death threats and stuff since the Contra video dropped? No, I have not. There will be a long-term increase in them than there would have been otherwise from people whose dislike of me starts there or is galvanized by that. But it's not like with the right, where with the right, it's like there's an immediate flow of hate if they make anything negative about me. Also, ContraPoints does generally have a very good community, you know? I mean, of all the people, of all the communities that I would, you know, speak positively of, even if their creator doesn't like me, yeah, Clog, it's really nice. As for Jake, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think ableism plays a part in it. Planet of Hats, thanks to the 789. Last Resort Friends, thank you for the $5. God Willing, Dat Roop, thank you for the tier 1 sub. M Defmech, thank you for the tier 2 sub. For how bad TikTok can be, it's made me realize I'm not the only leftist truck driver, and it's also helped me connect with other leftists in the Northern Plains. Nice. I'm really, really happy to hear that. That's awesome. I can imagine truck driving can get pretty lonely. Finding a good community out there seems paramount. St. Jimmy, thanks the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. JC Hong with the $5. Vosh, what are your thoughts on Nikita Khrushchev? That's a big question. Far Eastern Myth, thanks the 2 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. I agree. And Charlotte, thank you for the $5. No, I haven't seen that, but I get it. Dummy and J2Q, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I overdosed on LSD after watching one of your videos, and my friends suffered from me saying fucking it up Voosh style 450 times while trying to keep me alive. Nice. Happy to be in your mind under extreme duress. I'm Defmech and D-Guy02. Thank you for the $5 both. D-Guy02, the only musical instrument I'm interested in really working with right now is my own voice. I've always wanted to have a decent singing voice. I think that there are a couple of songs where if I actually like set everything aside and try, I think I sound okay. I think there's some, you know, like some groundwork there. Not that I intend on singing, you know, like at parties or whatever, but I think it's a nice skill to have. M. Defmech, thank you for the 5. And Eerie Zig, thank you likewise. Oh, guys, you know what I played and finished basically all of yesterday? Dredge. I enjoyed it. Practically a relaxation game. Artistically gorgeous. Gameplay-wise, nothing new or interesting, but I still enjoyed my time with it. CJ Courier, 22, thank you for the 15 bucks. Really appreciate that. Thank you. For Mike from MA with the 10 bucks. For Daniil, may he get better so we can see him many more streams. Yeah. His immediate behavior right now is good. You know, we'll see. Bottling Sunshine. Bottling Sunshine! With the $50 for the baby? This is the wonderful artist, guys. Thank you so much. I didn't see this. This was from yesterday, from OK Buddy Vosh. Gotcha, BCR04. I hope so. And I'm sorry to hear that. Bottling Sunshine's pigeon drawing is so good. It's so good. Bottling Sunshine has so much talent. I know I've said this before, and I don't want to be annoying with the gushing, or you know, because like, oh, I met a fan, like, oh, so we're gonna be super preferential or whatever. But they have a remarkable hand on color theory and composition. You know, I know this sounds kind of like a stupid question, but have you ever seen such good and such rich implied texture in cloth ruffling with no color at all and not even any shading and a single line weight throughout? Like, look at that. You know how fucking good you have to be to make the ruffles look this ruffly with no form of shading at all and a consistent line weight? It's insane. Yeah. Ridiculous talent. This is from just 2 days ago. Seriously, look at the flowers. Such talent. Anyway, they're bottling Sunshine on Twitter. And the website, bottlingsunshine.net. That's right. It's really good. I can't show it on screen, though. It's got boobies on it. Which means you should go look, because they're boobies. Two Dad Smooching, thank you for the $25. Thank you. Out on Visual, thank you for the 5. Bottling Sunshine says 50 bucks for the baby. Yeah. Two Dad Smooching, thank you for the additional 25 bucks. Really appreciate that. Thank you. You've been very kind to me. Frosty254 with the 10 says, hope Daniil gets well soon. Yeah, me too. French Bread, thank you for the $5. I hope he does. Mitt Kaiser, thank you for the $10. Glad the cats can support each other when down. Unfortunately allergic, so I can't have my own. I didn't stop Conyer. Conyer's super allergic to cats. And yeah. Mock Nazi River and PD, thank you both very much for the $10. I really appreciate that. A lot of people donated for Daniil, and it really does mean a lot, you know. Jester Sans, thank you for the tier 3 sub for the tiny lad. He appreciates it, he told me. That Weasel, TV, Fathers, and Sonia Anti-Fascist, thank you all for the tier 1 subs. Thank you for the first sub, Sonia. Ethan from High Media and Lula Versus, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Vosh, I live in Missouri and I just got on HRT just before the anti-trans stuff passed. Doctor said it's going to be okay since I got on hormones just in time. Whew. Right through the window, friend. Right through the window. Sake, thank you for the $10. We ride together, we die together. Charlotte21, thank you for the 10 bucks. Sleepy Perg, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I definitely want to go over the Jon Stewart thing, I promise. Mistress Lynn with the very kind 25 bucks. I do hope the baby is happy and comfy and gets all the love he deserves. He will be getting that, that's for sure. Yeah, veterinary bills rank up. Unfortunately, I can't insure Daniil either. No insurance, no pet insurance company will insure a cat that has a fatal pre-existing condition. You know? I checked, you just won't find it. You know? You can find some that'll cover pre-existing conditions if they're minor, but for something that is a death sentence, that is already known about and on veterinary records, you know? Riley less than 3, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, we do need Obamacare for pets. That's true. Charlotte 21, thanks to tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Grio Pan, thank you for the $10. You recently said RTS is dead, but you've not yet played Northgard, Iron Harvest, or look at Homeworld 3. I'm not interested in the Homeworld series. I think I played Northgard. Something about Northgard left me wanting. I don't know what it was exactly. I would need to give it a try again, but I tried Northgard and I tried Northgard. I didn't really care for it that much. Right now, all of my RTS desires are being kind of filtered into the game idea that I have, which I have not put work into recently. I want to. My dream still burns. I know I can do it. Northgard is very deliberate. Yeah, maybe. I think one of the things that makes me really like an RTS game is when you lose units a lot. I don't know why it is, but oftentimes when I play an RTS game, it seems like it's such a big deal if you lose a unit, and to me it almost takes away from the RTS genre, where I'm like a commander orchestrating this big conflict. I used to get a lot of satisfaction back in StarCraft 1 of controlling a bunch of Zerglings or Marines or something, and like you just suffer through this bloody Pyrrhic victory, you know what I mean? It's one of the reasons I really like wave attack. You know, wave defense games are pretty common, but wave attack games, one where, you know, you're sending off like 10 zombies in intervals every 10 seconds and you like attack around them and you have a core group of units you're trying to keep alive, but like you're always doing so to the cacophony of losing your wave units. Yeah. I've not played Supreme Commander. Baldur's Gate 3 isn't my type of game. I like CRPGs, but not controlling parties. Lance Lee, thank you for the $5. I haven't seen it, I'm afraid. Oh, okay. These are all donations from the Resident Evil 4 stream before the Okay Buddy Vosh stream. Okay, well, we're back. We're back. Okay, we're almost done then. Rotful, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Nice try, motherfucker. Charlotte 21, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Hold a Reel, thank you for the $10. I hope Daniil feels good soon. Here's some babies of my own. Ooh. Does your phone have any games? Do you have games on your phone? Ooh, fat butt baby. To me, I know this isn't technically true, but to me, cats are like bugs, where they have the head, and then they have the abdomen, and then they have the thorax. I think that's the order, okay? And the thorax is just the big lump part at the back, and that's their butt, you know? So when I say, like, pap the cat's butt, it could be, like, mid-spine, you know? But this is the butt. Ooh, see, this is the... See? You have the head. The thorax is in the middle. Okay, gotcha. You have the head, then the thorax. That's this, like, triangle shape right here. Then you have the abdomen, the booty. Ooh. Yeah. See? Head. Thorax. Abdomen. Beautiful. Heartbroken Lamb, thanks the $10. Really appreciate that. Behold the Vosh burger. A Cajun spice 1/4 pound smash burger with garlic aioli, topped with bacon jam and toasted brioche bun, served with crinkle fries. Holy shit, that sounds amazing. That sounds so fucking good. Oh my god. I would take this looks so rich. I was going to say, like, make sure it's sauced properly, but, like, this is clearly not a dry bite. Oh, my God. Looks a bit mid. Good burgers often look mid if they don't have lettuce and tomatoes. Like, because your mental image of a burger has, like, color in it, but you can have a bunch of stuff that's all, like, brown, and it's amazing. You know, it's just not as colorful. Etchery with the $5. EP baby on the desk. And you're watching something. What are you watching? Oh my goodness. Ooh. What an excellent baby. Timid with the $5. Here's a potboy I made from scratch. What are we doing with this cooking? You guys are producing a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, the potboy didn't, the link didn't work. But this link, the Hunter's Workshop diorama you're making, is really cool. I assume you mean from Bloodborne? I don't have as much of a memory of Bloodborne as I do all of the other FromSoft games, because it's on the PS4 only, so that's super dope. It's the best one. It's really good. DGuyo2 with the tier 1 sub. Biden's taking you to town.
Today I bring you important news. In the wake of mass gun violence and widespread fear in our country, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms has made great strides to take down illegal gun trafficking. And today, my friend Director Dettelbach brings me news that the ATF plans on a joint raid alongside the FBI, Washington State Patrol, and the Seattle Police Department. This raid has been developed over the past 2 years of my presidency, as the nature of its target is highly dangerous. Over the past 4 years, a man named Ian Kaczynski has been amassing weapons and followers in his compound 20 miles outside of Seattle, Washington. This compound has been worked on illegally and without respect to safety or state regulation. Police probing has found the compound to be heavily fortified, funded by Kaczynski's online entertainment streams under the alias Vaush. As Vaush, Kaczynski has advocated for extreme communist measures to change American society and has ordered his followers to arm themselves for, quote, when shit gets real. Our intel points to his aides under the names Pigeon and Artemy, who are known internationally as violent Serbian terrorists. Our inside source has confirmed Kaczynski is storing the following: 5,000 AR-15 assault weapons modified to be fully automatic, 6,000 handguns, tens of thousands of stored magazines and ammunition clips,
that's true, Lewis,
an indoor training facility, and, quote, a dope-ass Mini-14. Starting today at approximately 0700 hours Pacific Standard Time, the ATF will approach the compound with a search warrant demanding the immediate arrest of Kaczynski and his associates, along with seizing all unregistered firearms. If he fails to heed this warrant, further force will be needed to subdue his activities. I know this sounds frightening because it is, but we can only hope the brave men and women of the ATF can see us through and arrest this criminal. You know, my father once told me it takes a brave man to call out evil, but it takes a courageous man to do something about it. Thank you, and God bless America.
Wait, okay. It's actually fucking me up how good and serious this was, right? Like, okay, it wasn't serious, I mean, but the voice delivery from Joe Biden, like, yeah. Actually, yeah, committing to the bit, you know? God damn. The guy, good shit. Yeah, good writing too. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Hella Gunter, thank you for the $5. Alexander, thank you for the $5. Oh, you're Zan.
The Kaaba is a black cube building at the center of Islam's most important mosque, the Great Mosque of Mecca. It is the most important place in the Islamic faith. So important that practitioners of Islam are almost required to take a pilgrimage to see this once in their life and give worship there.
What is the cube made out of?
Well, it's thought that the Kaaba is the house of God, the sacred house, the connection between heaven and the earth. The Kaaba is a sacred place with an inside of gold and marble, but on the outside, it appears to just be a large black cube of dark granite, just like we see in the game with the dark prismarine.
Fuck, man, I love game theory so much. Matt Pat is such a fucking legend. People make fun of him. People call him cringe or whatever. But he's like head and shoulders above. Yeah, he's so fucking funny, dude. Most of the people who like freak out about him being cringe do so under the assumption that he's not at all self-aware, which is complete bullshit. He obviously knows. And I think he threads the needle pretty well, too. Sake, thanks to 4 gifted tier 1 subs. How to play chess properly. And this is a goddamn 2-minute video. Sake! It's not even a Vosh meme.
Queen has been revealed to be an imitation, played very convincingly by Helen Mirren. She has won an Oscar there. But she will have to leave. She can, of course, leave in any direction she likes.
Vosh, please. It's probably copyright. not my video. I don't know who made it or if it is copyright or not. You people. I edited this Tim Pool video into 1 minute only just for the stream. Tim Pool, you are remarkably committed. Wait, did you really edit it? No, you just found this. You didn't edit this yourself. You're not the more perfect left Twitter account.
That's what I'm thinking. This is where I keep coming to. I think what's happening is there's the Catholic, the Christian conservative that says that a spirit impregnated Jesus's mother, that somehow, and it's like, I'm into reality. What's happening is the people that are identifying as a woman that is a man is like, well, they say that ghosts can impregnate people, so why do I even take it serious? I gotta admit, it's saying that God could impregnate a woman's body is mythical. That's fantastical.
What I think you're in two separate categories.
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, they're definitely different categories, but different.
I miss Moonlord, man. I miss Moonlord. I miss sitting at the same table with them.
Ways of kind of taking leaps of assumption. I've never seen an inkling of evidence that God could impregnate a human body.
Well, you're talking about faith versus denying.
It's also reality. I think it's also faith.
He's essentially saying it's hypocritical for Christians to pretend to care about like quote unquote biological reality when it comes to reproduction when they are politically involved in promoting like Christianity. Wait, so that was pro-trans? Well, I think he's making a hypocrisy argument.
If transgenderism is faith,
but look, I can only say it like one more time. It's not the same thing. I just want to. I'll make one more point. We're going to move to another story.
Oh my gosh, let's talk about this all night, baby.
No, it's just because you're saying the same thing over and over.
It's important because I think the transgender community is not taking your stuff seriously because of that kind of just accept it.
He's really interesting. This guy. There are no strings bind him. Yeah, it's like a bizarre gotcha. It is interesting. It's interesting that he would like say that. Yeah, he's got to be worried about like getting kicked out for being too contrarian, right? Yeah, the most person of all time. That's true. Fuck, man, how are we like 4 hours into stream? We haven't done Okay Buddy Vosh. We're gonna have time for like none of it. I wanted to end stream at 10. I wanted to end it in 20 minutes. We had so many donos to go through. Tomorrow? Do you think if we opened with Okay Buddy Vosh tomorrow and then we did that down to like 400 upvotes, 300 upvotes on the threshold, and then we did RE4 probably? Because we did like 4 political segments today. I really want to get back to the morning streams and stuff. It's just, yeah, the stuff with Daniil really upsets me, you know. He's such a happy cat, you know. I mean, it's you expect this, right? So it's not like a totally new or you know, it's the normal part of having pets. Oh, there is some good news. I haven't been able to get Adderall in 4.5 months because of the fucking Adderall shortage. But I was able to get my prescription switched over to Ritalin, which I took some today. And I don't think it's as effective for me as Adderall, but it didn't make me feel bad. And if it had some positive effect, then that's good. You know? So that can supplement things a little bit. I don't like Ritalin. It makes me sweaty. Okay, well, I don't know if I've experienced that consequence just yet. Have you tried Vyvanse? No, Vyvanse would be like the third thing, you know. Excuse me. Excuse me. Kit Ascended, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Will Psycha Joker, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Irascended Lol Kit, thank you for the 10 and then $25. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. Thank you very much. Coli Nova, thank you for the 5. And Block A 145, thank you for the 10. Antimatter Fervor, thank you for the $2. Where's the orange dog? Somewhere else in the house, but he's doing great. Oh, dude, Artemy was such a bitch the other day. I was laying down, and it was right after Daniil got off my chest to go like leave. So then I think like Vermin came in and brought Artemy and laid him on my chest. And because Artemy's huge, like he covers my whole torso, and I have a big torso. And I wrestle Artemy all the time. Like I don't care if Artemy's mad at me because he likes being mad. Like he'll be purring, his tail will be whipping back and forth, and he'll be trying to bite my face. And I encourage this behavior because, you know, I think it's cute. So I had him against my belly, you know, like I'm laying and he's on my belly. He's staring at me, you know, he's trying to like reach with his paws to get my fucking face, you know, whatever. But I got him. I'm stronger. I lay next to him and I like cuddle him for a bit. I'm like grabbing him, like hugging him like this. And he's obviously not happy, but again, fucking whatever. I can feel him purring. Like he's just a rowdy fucking cat, you know? But he does a little whine, so I like let go of him and just have him so he's like literally just like next to me as I'm laying. And he just sits there for like 1 or 2 minutes purring, you know? And then out of fucking nowhere, my man rolls and fucking darts for my face. I wasn't holding him down or anything. He literally could have just stood up and walked off the bed. It was like he was waiting for me to be vulnerable and weak, like false insecurity, fucking rolled and to bite my fucking nose or lip or something. Thankfully, you know, I'm strong and quick like a hunter. So I grab his face right before, literally like the fucking catch fist, like except it's his face. And I grab his head and I wiggle it because I can do whatever I want. And then he whines more and I let him go. He's been in a great mood, you know. He's just a very rowdy cat. You'll be the first one he eats when the food runs. Oh God, yeah, 100%. Yeah, he and Pigeon have been very happy for sure. I have a test for you to take. Sex values. Man, this is like a whole thing. How many questions is this? $27? I guess that's not that bad. I feel like you should have gotten me on this when I was drunk. I get really fucking horny when I'm drunk. This one sucks though, lol. Don't they all suck? I mean, it doesn't really matter if they suck. Pretty sure you've taken this? I have no memory of this. I consider myself a vanilla. Maybe light disagree. Some people are like so fucking freaky kinky. I don't know. It's like a really variable thing. I wouldn't be comfortable with getting dominated. See, look at Vermin down there. That's true. I don't want to be domed at all. I have frowned upon kinks fetishes. No? What? Horses? What? What are you talking about? What? Do I answer this one honestly for the meme or dishonestly for the other meme? I'm into hand holding. Okay? I would have relationships with women. It's been known to happen. I find myself attracted to soft skin, feminine clothing. Not necessarily feminine clothing, but soft skin's nice. Yeah. I can imagine myself in a sexual scenario with a man. Yes. The penis only. I remember this test. I remember. Yeah, Vermin. I do like dick. I watch pornographic content. Yeah, only drawn furry porn, like a Chad. I would enjoy someone having control over me. Really, no. I'm not a sub. Like, at all. I would have sex on a regular basis. Only if they would listen to my autistic video game rants, but sure. Only if they did a good job listening would I consider, maybe. Babe, Can we up it to at least 2 or 3 times a week? Where were you when I had a sudden thought about the Doom 2016 plot hole that I found while playing the game again? Oh, you were in the shower? Well, you weren't listening to me. Sex should be a romantic topic. Yeah, it says would, not does, vermin. Strongly disagree. I don't like the innate association between sex and masturbation. I masturbate at least once a day. Not every day, but well, generally, yeah. But not every. I mean, sometimes you're busy. I find most fetishes disgusting. Yeah, but would, vermin. That's the critical term right there. Depends on most Nah, I don't. I find some very specific fetishes vile. Most of them I'm just not into. But in terms of disgust, there's not like that many. Probably like the obvious ones that people would find disgusting, I guess. I belong to sub-communities associated with deviances. Yeah, VGG. I would enjoy degrading or getting degraded. I'm not... I don't want to get degraded. As for degrading, there's some kinds of degrading that I'm okay with, but I don't find them degrading. It's just other people do. And then there's some that I really don't. Those are two different questions. Yeah, these are like the opposite questions. Yeah, playful teasing is one thing, which that's obviously good. In terms of like actual degrading, I mean, I think it's hot when people are slutty, but I don't make fun of people for being slutty. Like for some people, it's like, oh, you like that, don't you, you slut? And it's like, ah, because slut's a bad thing. Well, I don't think that. You degrade bottoms all the time. Yeah, but not in a sexy way. You shitting on bottoms is degradation. I guess. Fine, I'll hit agree. I find myself attracted to muscular bodies. Yeah. I know we're leaning into like mask coding here. I'm going to go with agree. I'm not like a muscle fetishist or like a bara kind of guy, but yeah. Could imagine myself sexually with women. Yeah, strongly agree. I would say chastity is my virtue. The fucking Volcel in me wants to click this so fucking bad. No, I don't think it's a virtue. No, I don't, the meme answer is yes. The real answer is no. That's not a virtue. I sometimes find myself dreaming about loot scenarios. Was this test made for like high schoolers? Yes, obviously. I like the idea of having power over someone. I'm a huge control freak, yeah. Just not in like the cringe dom ways. You know what I mean? Like power over someone for me is like I'm here doing my emails and I have like a bell I can ring for someone to crawl over and suck my dick. And I can be like, "Hey, nice. Go away when I'm done." But that's not the same. Like there's different. That is kink. That is kink. Yeah. That's a dom thing and it's kink. But this is such a broad question. I saw, sure, whatever. I would enjoy inflicting pain or having planet fit. No, I'm not a sadomasochist at all. The only kind of sadism that I enjoy is the kind of sadism that I think like basically everybody with a dick enjoys. Is that you wanna ram your dick in and they go oof oof ouch ooh owie and you go too much for you and they go no do more, and that's the same. Like everyone with a dick likes to do that. So I'm just gonna say disagree here because like that's like so ubiquitous. I might be too boring for some people in the bedroom. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Some people are crazy. Oh yeah. You know, this is very much like a like an inner outer circle thing, right? Where there are some people who can't even come unless they're like in 17 fucking nipple clamps or whatever. Like yeah. I'll go with agree, but that's only because I know so many deviant people. I guess the goal would be that even if you're not kinky enough for them to be like super engaged with it, you're still like physically good at sex. You know what I mean? I find myself repulsed by the idea of sex. Meme answer is obviously strongly agree, but no, I don't find myself repulsed by that. I'm okay with the idea of hookups or one night stands. Strongly agree. I would have relationships with men. Men are so fucking annoying and stupid. Okay, I'm just gonna... I'll just I'm gonna go with soft degree, but they have to be like pretty cool, okay? Sex is more about the pleasure than the intimacy. Man, that's a really leading question. That really depends for the person. I guess they're asking about for me, but even then, that depends on who you're having sex with. Like, if you're having a one-night stand, I'm not going to that to, like, look for intimacy. And then if I have, like, a long-time partner, like, yeah, then, you know, it may... I mean, pleasure should always be a big part of it, right? The amount of intimacy is probably, like, proportional to the amount that I care about the person. I guess it's about which one you would prefer. Okay, so I guess the question would be like, if I could choose one or the other, like which would I eliminate? You know, what if could I if I would I rather be in a world where sex is purely intimacy for me but no pleasure at all, or where it's purely pleasure but I feel no intimacy from it? And I guess that's kind of like that's the give or take. But for one, I think the two are intertwined because I don't know about you guys, but when my dick do be thangin', and it feels good, I'm like, damn, the person I care about is making my dick feel good. So there's kind of a connection there. But at the same time, like I could just jerk off. I guess you could just cuddle. I'm gonna go with neutral. I could only be lewd to my partners. Well, that's obviously not true. Did you complete this test in a serious manner? Yes, and I'd like to help improve it with 18 questions. Okay. Oh, wait. This is a demographic thing. I can't go back? Enter the gym. Sees cock inspection day on the sign. Turn around. The door is already closed. In the last 3 months? I haven't fucked anyone in the last 3 months. Why 3 months? Virgin. I'm a virgin now. Virgin. How sexually active you... Well, if I haven't fucked anyone in the past 3 months, then obviously the answer is not very. Yeah, we've been on the Volcel arc lately. One of us. One of us. Still technically in my 20s. Literally neat. I guess technically I'm a worker. I mean, being a sole proprietor still counts, so I have a fucking job. You're not a worker? Yeah, okay, well, the test phrased it poorly. Literally, working student, worker, or not, like, no, fuck you, I'm a worker. What describes your current job? Wage worker, specialist, craftsman, manager, self-employed. What class would you consider yourself? Okay, leaving aside the actual literal fact that I'm in the 1%, I feel like I live an upper middle class lifestyle. I don't live in the fucking the hill suburbs or whatever. And no. I'm putting myself here. The freaks who live in the upper class are an entirely different... Having a lot of money doesn't make you upper class, okay? That's a whole fucking thing, all right? No, I'm going upper middle class, sorry. I would call myself upper income, not upper class. It's your national... Holy shit! What? Eastern European, Western European, Southern European, Middle Eastern, Sub-Saharan African, Eastern Asian. What about West African? What about... This is weirdly specific in some places and weirdly vague in others. I guess... I guess Western European? I'm not Slavic enough to be like, oh yeah, me being Polish means that I'm... Is Poland East or West? It really depends on who you ask. What place do you live in? Bigger city. Politically speaking, how do you view yourself? Very progressive. Very left economics. Very libertarian. Okay. Attraction, I'm neutral. This is not true. Sex drive, hypersexual. I don't think it's this far over. I'm more hyper than hypo. Dominus accent. This test sucks, dude. $100% Dom. Let's roll these fucking donations over. Lorekeeper 17, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Yeah, I've actually heard that season 3 of Picard is really, really good. I've heard that from multiple people, so I want to watch it. That's what I've heard, yeah. Badgertide, thank you for the 25 bucks. I really appreciate that. I know it's not much, it's plenty. But I have rats and they only live a couple years. It hurts, but remember that you were Daniil's entire life. Yeah, that's true. A small portion of my life gets to be of me with the Scrungly baby, but the entirety of his life gets to be me kissing his big brain head and going, ooh. Somatic Discord, thank you for the 20 bucks. I will. Thank you. Rye Toast Games. I use a Sony A6400 camera. ZJ Corey with the 22. ZJ Corey 22 with the 10 bucks. Most controversial food take? I don't even know. People get mad at me for lots of my stuff with regards to that. I don't even know. You'd have to ask chat. What a wild wasteland. Thank you so much for the insanely kind $100 dono. This is from OK Buddy Vosh stream. Vosh, I made a post about this in your Reddit, but your content helped me so much over the past few years. I've been refraining from pestering you about it, lol. No, not at all. First of all, thank you so much. And second of all, I'm really happy to hear that. Happy I could have any kind of positive impact in your life. It is a privilege of mine. The Bresser Effect, thank you for the 20 bucks. Oh, we got the orange dog. Authoritarian leftist 2024. No, I'm a libertarian leftist. Thank you, though. Give me. Whoa. He's like a dog. Look at him. Big boy. Brodoroki, thank you very much for the $5. Sorry to hear that your cat back home isn't doing well. We'll both make it through this. Antifa Private 161, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I saw this. We'll probably cover it tomorrow. Sake Tanuki with the 8 tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Yes, Black in the Borg his whole life. Thank you very, very much. The True Vashite treatment? Oh no. Is this copyright? 3.5 million likes. Oh my god. Man, I gotta say, face filters have gotten so much better. Like that's really good. Even like from behind the hand, like that. What do you mean this is real? True. Nightmare fuel? Nah, that's good. Aussie Boo, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. All right, guys. Yeah, here. Sorry, I irresponsibly portioned my time during this stream, and we're all going to suffer for it. I mean you guys. I'm gonna go and get some food. I love you guys very much. I'm slurring my words. You can fucking hear it. I'm going to send you over to my good and excellent friend. I mean that sincerely for once. Xander Hall. Get on over there, you scamps. Okay, I'll send you over to his Twitch, but he does have a website. And I'll see you guys soon. Okay. I'm gonna go kiss Danil. Where's the... There it is.